Hi everyone, welcome back into the studio. Well, today we're going to do this Western, and you know, you don't have to really do this. It's going to be a beautiful painting. You can do it as a wildlife instead of putting the horseman and the pack horse and the rider here. You can put some elk in there or brown bear, black bear. You can put, you know, all kinds of stuff in there if you want, or not do it out at all. Just put some extra rocks in there and do it up as a landscape. When I do a lot of Westerns, you can paint them as well landscapes, as Westerns, as wildlife. You just plug in some other things. And that's what I do. I started out and I showed you, it's like this is all Photoshopped. And I have them up there big, backed up there on the monitor. And what I do is I love to create into Photoshop and get my concept down. I don't always finalize everything on my concept, but I build it in there. And so I'll go out and find some copyright-free designs, or I like to use Adobe stock photos more than anything else. And like the horse and rider and stuff is from Adobe stock. It's a pack horse and rider. And the rider is different than the horse, and I'm going to change the horse up a little bit. It's just to give you an idea. So I build my idea first, and then I built this sketch that's right here. Those of you that are in the membership, I will put the sketch in for you along with some of my reference photos. And then I start building it. Now I have the idea of the mountains back here. I might increase them just a little bit as I'm looking at this. I might increase, but I do like the idea of the sky. And so I put together some stuff, and if I'm not real sure about something, I'll blur it out in the background and everything. But I went and looked at, you know, some of this stuff. Some of the mountains I've always wanted to paint around here that are a little bit to the north of us, the Crazies up by Montana. And these are all photos. And so I start grabbing some photos of different things. Like these are the Crazies up in Montana that I've always wanted to paint them, some of the light. And I love the light dark on this. And I want to bring light in from this side, just like what's on him. And I absolutely love that one. That was my original idea for something right here, was to do something right along like that. And I might do that because I think that would look really neat right up there. But these are the Crazies, and any of that would look good back up in there as well. But the thing is, you don't want to get so much interest that we're going to detract from the rider. So it's a back and forth we have to decide. And for the path, I go out and I find all kinds of paths. So I was thinking, okay, that's really kind of nice. But I want to drop it down one side. But I start getting a bunch of different references together and putting my thoughts together. That's how I do it. And then I decide the size. And originally I was going to do this as a 14 by 18, but now it's 16 this way and 20 this way. So it's a standard. You can do it on a canvas as long as since we're going to have a lot of detail on them, you want to use a finer weave of a canvas and give it a couple coats of canvas prep medium. I use this. This is you can see the thickness of it right here. This is a board, and then I made it into a cradle board. So I take basically a canvas frame, basically, and the board goes on top of that. And it works just magnificent. And I like the hard surface to paint on, and it allows me to push and do all the kinds of stuff I like to do with the acrylics without having the bounce of the canvas. I still paint canvas. I like it. I like to change it up. Okay, so let's take a look at the Crazies. Let's take a look at some of the stuff that we might want to do here, on some of these mountains and stuff that I want here. But that one looks really neat, and I do like this dark. And I kind of took it and darkened out an area right there. Some of that dark, that will give me a tremendous amount of depth if I put this in shadow with some ideas of pine trees. So shall we work on it? Okay, so my colors, this is my standard colors. Everything I do, I put in the video description down below. Okay, so just go down there. Everything I use is down there. I have out some open medium, which I love to do if I decide to do clouds and some of the other things I like to do. But I always start out my painting with the extender medium. This is the extender medium that I add to the paints because it slows down the drying time, but it also keeps it thinner. And I like to start my paintings out thin and then slowly build the thickness of the paint. Okay, so let's go. Let's give it a go. First thing I'm going to do is start out with my sky, and I really like that lighter sky, and it's up right around an 8 or a 9. So we'll set this back up over here again. It's right up in an 8 or a 9. So I'm going to take some of my light color and I want it slightly violet, and it never takes it. Always gets me just how little color it takes with the white and to make these light values. How much, it just doesn't take very much. So sneak this blue in here. And remember with acrylics, they always dry a value darker. So, and that's, boy, that is just right up to that should be. It's a little warmer right there into that photo that I put there. So I could have a touch of yellow into it, or take away the intensity with a touch of the burnt sienna. That will, that gives me a warmer kind of gray. I want a little bit more blue, but slightly warmer will play against the crazies really nice. So the crazy mountains. So I kind of like that idea. Let's take some extender, my big brush. We'll work this into this color so it's thin and even here, and then we go for it. So, and this system that I put on here, it's hard to tell, but I have a board and a board there. So I kind of pinch the cradle board in between a couple other boards. I love it. I started doing that just a couple months ago, and I love it. So I'm going to go right through my trees, some of these back mountains right up by him there, and put on some of this. I don't want any of that background really showing through, so I'll put some of that in there. Now let's give a little bit of atmosphere to it. Touch of atmosphere, so a little bit darker, a little bit more violet, and the blue here. And don't mix it up too well. We'll tap into this, and we'll use this. I use a little X motion just to create a little atmosphere, some movement of the colors. And if I want to come back, I did that on the last couple ones. I put some yellow warmer along the edge of the skyline. So you have a horizon line and a skyline. The skyline is what the mountains go up against. That looks pretty good. A little warmer right back up through there, which is nice. I'm going to rinse that out for a minute and set that aside here. I always have my big stacks of paper towels because I like to constantly wipe my tools and stuff. Now, okay, coming down in through here, I've showed you before we could use the knife to put it back in there. I'm not real sure yet on how much interest I want to give to these crazies. And so I'm going to break them up first. My thought is to break them up first into light and dark. With the light we're going to be bringing in on the left. And so we'll start with the shadow, the light we're bringing in on the right. So we'll start our shadows on the left. Let's take a little bit of burnt umber, a little bit of our blue and some violet here. And we want, and if I look, and see, you could look at that, like I kind of like that, and I kind of like that color, that may be a little dark. This might be a little better color. And so you can look at, hold your value scale up there and say, okay, that side of that mountain right there is a 6. It's really a 6. So we really need to have our shadow up to, that we're going to put up there on that mountain for right now, up at about a 7 or so here. And so we'll do that. We'll push right up to about, that's real close, a little bit dark maybe. So let's just start there. This is just our start, okay? We can change everything. It's a little gray. Matter of fact, let's just take this and put that on that photo, and we'll see. Yeah, we're a little bit light, which is what we want. Okay, so let's just come in here. Let's just say if we're going to make this one a little bit more of the crazies right here. So we'll add another 1,000 feet there to that mountain there, and put that right in there like that. Grab this one. I'm going to just add a little softer one back here. Let the color run off of my brush. A little softer one back here. Okay, so, and we know mountains will come forward with their, they get darker as they come forward. So we'll just, and I'm using small little touches, turning my brush in all different kinds of ways so I get some different marks. That's what we want to have, is different kinds of marks. I'm going to pull this down right through here, right up by him, right up by his hat. And go right up, even right up into his face and stuff. Don't paint around. It'll look like you paint around. So we'll push that through some of this. We're going to go real dark, I think, up there. We'll see. But I don't like, always just pointed mountains. So I like to add some other little things going on back there with that. So let's maybe a little flatter out onto this one right there. So they just don't look like bumps, always even though a lot of mountains are, they're just bumps. But, you get up to the crazies, they look like that. But I like them to have a little bit more structure into this. I do like this one swinging down, so let's just add a little bit of that. So you can find some beautiful mountains, and I'm starting with the shadows, right? That's where I'm starting. And we'll add a little bit darker here so it comes forward a bit more, right down like that. That's kind of neat. Now that's just a little bit too blue, so I'll add just a touch of the burnt sienna to that, and we'll add, and I'll model it. See how I'm just tapping and modeling? This gives me the interest just like a knife does. A little bit more here, not too much more, but a little bit more right in there. Okay, and let's push one right in here, right back up like this. Maybe the big tall one comes right here. He's coming out of the mountains right there. Okay, so we have that. Now we can add some, you'll see, when you get into these mountains, you get all these dark spots and stuff into them, and those are just tree lines and stuff, so you can add some of that. Now that's, I really do like to use my knife on. So I'll grab some of my knife. Let's grab some burnt sienna, some blue, a little bit of our violet reds here. Not super dark, just maybe a little bit darker here. And we'll come right back down through here, and we'll just start adding some ideas of that coming through. What will really sink it is the light, when we start adding the snow and the light. So just add a few areas here like we see in the photographs, some lights and darks here. Model it up. So I don't want to have like a real bright blue. I don't want to have that. So I want some of that gray in there to begin with, right? And you can see this is starting to develop a lot of interest. So we do have to be careful. We can always come back and add some more. So we do have to be a little bit careful. I'm putting most of it in on the shadow side, but we can do some over into the light here as well. The light side, just the smaller marks. So you're envisioning tree lines and stuff like that. As we go back here to this back one, we just soften that out just a bit so it stays softer. Sometimes you get that atmosphere, or I like how Dustin Van Witchell calls it humidity in the background. I like that. Okay, so now let's go back up to our white, some of our blue, some of our yellow right here into this blue. Warm this up. A lot of really beautiful landscape painters like Clyde Aspivig and stuff go more towards an orange. So I think I will do some of that. A little warmer orange kind of color here. And we'll pick that up. We can even add a little open medium to this so we can start getting some transparency and keep the colors a little thicker. And I'll slide this around a bit with my knife here. Okay, so I'll push that on. See, tap and push. Let's get one of my crazy photos up here. I just love the lights and darks and stuff into that one right there. And so we'll give more of an undulation edge here on this side, right where the light and dark are coming together here. Right like that. Pull this down. Now you could use your brush too, and that will give you a nicer, softer look. I do like that little bit of a pulling down of like it's a little cliff edge there, right there into that. Kind of like that. Shadow over to the other side. Well, that's just almost done there. We could take even though a little bit of the light and some of maybe a bit to the more violet side here. Some of our light, some of our blue, some violet with that, and touch that in here onto this shadow side. And the key is to always get some of that interest, some of that color modulation, the modeling of that color through there. Pull slightly different angles, sometimes just push and blur. Sometimes I like to come in and set something, a small brush. It all depends on the amount of interest and stuff that you want to, we'll soften some of that out just a bit here and set in some slopes and stuff. Let's go back with just a little lighter violet right in there. There, like that. So you definitely see a light side and a shadow side. Let's push some of that in right in there. Here, little edge. Maybe pulling down so you can slope it a bit. Get some of that interest there. Let's put just a little bit back here on the light side. Here. Going back up into the sky. We might have so much stuff going on, I don't put clouds in. I do like storms, painting storms and all that kind of stuff as well, though. Those are always nice to do. Some of this mottled work right here. Stay out of his hat a little bit. I just don't want texture into his hat to interfere with what I'm going to paint later on there. Okay, so let's put some softer work down in here. We'll let some of this model up a bit more. Just makes it look more like mountains. Some here. But have these mountains down and have them for reference. Like I'm just going to push a little bit of light on the side of that right there. That looks pretty good. So the knife, the brush gives you a little softer look. Tap along the edge. Sometimes come back with some of your dark and just tap a few little, like little crevasses and edges of the, and down low, of course, it's tree lines and stuff like that. So you can just get some of that taps and movements in there. And a little bit of light coming back this way. Here we go. Just some beautiful little interest back there. Some softer as it comes. I'm going to let this stay pretty soft, so I'll go into my violets and just not a lot going on because I want him and I want this area to really, really come forward. So I'll start to soften it out, blur it out a little bit. And you get that sometimes, with the, or like Dustin says, the humidity in there, a little mist, mountain mist and stuff down by the bases of them. So you don't get as much detail as you do when you get up into the thin, clear air up at the top of the mountain. So you can see some of the differences there. Here we go. Let's just tap a little bit into that. I love that little crevice there. There we go, like that. Just so they're not just pointed. We want a little bit of difference here. Back like that, so it gives a nice little look. And then down front, which I like, is I love this in the crazies. Now that's a big, huge slope. Now one of the reasons why I'm not going to put, probably not that big, huge slope in there is it might be too powerful to go up against him. I could step it aside right over here and like right in here put another little line of the light, but you see as I put that on there, that's a big powerful mark of interest there that could start to pull away and distract. So I'm not real sure, so that's one reason why I won't finalize that yet. Okay, so we won't put that in there completely, but I want a tree line right here, and I want maybe just this darker shadow. So let's grab some blue and some bit of the violet and warm it with just a touch of our burnt siennas. Let's grab a little open medium here, and it is a lot darker than in the photo than what I'm going to put in, but I can always add more, right? So, but I'm just thinking here is some of this will really help bring in that extra or that layer of distance is what I'm looking for. A layer here of distance. So we'll grab some of this, we'll model some of this color in here, and we're going to pull it up till it looks kind of like trees here. Pull down, and we'll work a heck of a lot more in there, but that's going to be like a little tree line right in there. And we can, let's see, I have him up against the edge of that tree right over there, so we can go a little bit darker. This will be a little darker than what I did in the Photoshop, but we can always lighten it back up. But I think this dark, after I found that picture with the crazies, I really liked this. And so we'll just add a few little here ideas of trees and stuff there, and some marks here. Cross some horizontals, verticals, horizontals, cross through some of that. That looks okay right in there. Few little taps, and then let's put a bit of the lighter, almost like the mountain mist kind of stuff down low down here. So we'll take, let's grab a little open medium. Some of my light color I had here, we'll just grab some of that. And see, this will, mountain mist will help soften it and shove it back, right? We still want to give some of the indications. Now, you see on this particular photo you see here, you don't see any of that. And it's a lot darker, but my thought here is just give the impressions of movements of the tree. You don't have to copy the photo. You just look at what does the photo do for you here. So we'll give some of this as just some of that movements, tapping in. So we get shadow and light. That's all I'm painting for. Shadow and light, and some of the mist going down here. And then it'll get lighter and lighter and lighter, go away. So I get some of that nice little movement there. We might put some, and this will most likely cover up, but we might give a little indication of it up here. Softer, right up here, just in case it does show through our trees. As we put those, the bigger forward trees in, we can, we'll give that in case we decide to do it. I'm not sure we will, but in case we decide to do it, we'll see those coming forward, right? That's the ticket here. So a little bit of that down into the mountain mist. That's really going to help bring him farther forward. We can take a touch or two, a little bit of that color into a, I don't like to always isolate colors. I like to travel them, but I don't want to do it too much because this is really dark. But a few touches of it will help travel that color and give us more harmony. You know, there's all kinds of philosophies, and I've studied a lot of them over the years, that you create this harmony by, see that color, see how it now you see that coming up in through some of that. But because it's physically darker here, and if I put some physically darker colors here, your eye comes into that dark before it goes back there, but it gets a lot of interest back here. But how much interest can we have? We're not absolutely sure yet. Does that make sense? So we've got to work it a little bit slower. Okay, so I like that. I do like that a lot. Let's take a bit of our violet in some of this color in the thin here. And I could put a little more atmosphere back up into the top up here. And see, all of this is still wet. It's what? It's been 24 minutes since I started the video. So all of this is really still wet, so I can come back and work all of this. And this is the thing, you know, to all of my acrylic painters, to your painters out there, you can paint this, you know, design with oils. Of course you can. But to my acrylic painters out there, you know, you don't need to have it perfect with one layer. I'm also a layer painter. In other words, I'll put it in, I'll get close, and then I'll turn around and come back if I need to and work on the color again. So I'm going to take a little bit of beige with this, with this color right in here. Let's take a little extender, a little beige, a little warmth here, and let's just add a little bit of this. Makes it look like cloudy distance, humidity or moisture in the air further back, and distance, cloudy. Today you would call it smog. Back then we don't, but a little bit of that. My grandfather, who was, very, very, lived out in the desert all his life and stuff, and built a lot of big buildings in Las Vegas and stuff back in the 60s. He always called it desert haze. I sit there and go, well, it looks like smog, but it's called desert haze. Davey, that's desert haze. Okay. So there we go. So now we got some nice interest in that, into the painting and all coming forward. And and that stays all wet. I'm within that 30 minutes, an hour. That's really easy. But if that was dry, you just put in a little bit of medium blue with some extender, and you can come back in and soften some of that. But I do like that little misty look coming back in there. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take... there's a couple ways to approach. I've showed you all different kinds of ways to paint trees. Let's put some trees up along this side, and I originally had just put in like 3 of them up along there. I do like kind of like that look right there, and that opening, and kind of an opening coming here, but I think it might be too much to put a tree here because that tree might be right where our guy is here. So, but I do like that. And I like the sky and everything coming through there. So, which makes sense, but I do like the openness of it. So let's just take a neutral greenish color, green, yellow, burnt sienna, some of our blues here, softer neutral, and I'll look for a more neutral kind of green, maybe a little bit of beige into that, and burnt sienna. So it's not a real bright green by any matter of means. As a matter of fact, we want it more atmospheric, so a little bit of our sky in there. And this is just a small, old, very old filbert, number 4 filbert, 1 filbert, I think. Yeah, number 1 filbert. Bristle. Okay, and let's just come in here. I like some of this. I'm going to come in. I want to have a little bit of a path here. So I got rid of my trees a bit, but let's just say a tree is going to come kind of like right down in through here. Okay, so we'll push that one right there. So now what I'm going to do is just tap and push out. Sometimes, some artists will just come down one side of the tree, and we'll get it. Just tap and roll your brush here as that's coming out like that. And every once in a while reload, and then come back up over here. Now, this will be the shadow side, so it will actually get a little more color, a little heavier here, out onto this side. So I'll push, and you can see I'm pushing around some of that light value. I'm getting a lot of, and I want to make sure I do leave sky holes and opening, because look at this tree here. Look at how many sky holes are actually up in there. So we want to leave some of that. Those sky holes, but it can get heavier down here as we get to the ground, because you're coming in back behind other trees, other little things are going to happen. That's out a little farther than what I want, but see, I can do that and blur stuff back. I love to do that. I love to blur, especially if it's there into the background. So you can take your brush here too and just lightly go over and blur some of that. Use a bigger brush here and blur some of that. Keep it soft because we're going to build it, right? So we're going to paint these trees a little different than what you've seen me do before, just to give you another little idea for your your toolbox of how you paint things here. So let's get some of this out here a little different, some out a little further here, and some of that out, lifting up. And the younger branches on some of these kind of lift up a bit, and then as they get bigger and heavier, they fall down. So you actually point up just a bit here. So let's come right into here. I like this here, and let's work one here a little different. Leave a little bit of those sky holes there. Some of this out. Hopefully you can hear my dog snoring over there. So that'll be that tree. Now, if I get too much, like I kind of a little bit more than what I wanted, I'll just take some light sky and shove some of those edges back just a bit, or push back, blur that out. What I'm actually envisioning is the backside of those trees. So, and to get them more natural, right up here, like I could make this one even heavier yet. It goes right off the canvas. It's a bigger one. Make this a bigger one. Slightly point up right in here, and some of these coming out right in there like that, so that you get these variations here. So another one here, maybe, but leave some of that sky hole in there. So this one will come up and then start to bend down here. And I'll bring maybe that idea. So this one that's right here, I'll shove these two further back into the ground right there. I'll bring that pathway out. So I'll bring this, and to make that, get that depth, I'll bring this one a little darker, a little farther forward right here, right in here to begin with. Bending down a bit. Okay, we go. Let's shove that back just a bit here. So what you're going to see is that I want this, back over this edge just a bit. So that's going to be the edge of it right there. And so this pathway will come forward. I had it here, but I think I'll push it right back here, right back in there. And we'll shove these trees, leave a little bit of an opening. We'll put some shadow on this side here, and just start to open them up a bit here. And we'll paint these will get painted several times, guys. So this is just my first look, right? I'll push some of that in there, and I'll probably push some sky and stuff like that in there as well. But just to show you, let's take a little bit of our medium beige and white here. And so I'm going to push this opening right through here, right back through there. And these guys will be walking on it, coming forward here, right up through here, see? So they'll be pushing that. So I'll put like the edge of a rock or something right there, which I think would be really neat, like a little rocky edge. We'll bring these trees down just a bit more. And a little rocky edge. Let's put something like that in there. A little gray, a little blue, medium beige, burnt sienna, and white here. We'll put some of this. This is a nice gray color, a little more blue, medium beige, a little more color here. Some gray. Also blue and red works really, really nice. But see, like this could be a rocky edge right here. So we'll put the light on one side, some rocks right there. And they're kind of like walking down this hill. I wanted to put a larger like rock again right here falling off that side. Maybe some of the ground falling away there. But that would look neat as well. So they're right along this little rocky edge there. We'll warm that up, get some light here so you can see the light struck side of that rock, right? So we'll have a light struck side, a shadow side. Yeah, I love to do this with this. So I do the original, I do the original kind of composition, but you give yourself as an artist the freedom to change it and try different ideas. It's paint. You know, I get so many things, guys. And truly, okay, you're putting on this paint and you get frustrated. Oh, I make a mistake. And you get frustrated and, oh, I can't do this. Don't ever say that. I mean, I've changed my mind hundreds of times in painting. It's like, oh, that didn't work. I'll take that off and do this some other way. Don't get frustrated with it. We're artists. We build, you know, and that's how we do it, you know. And so it is always, if you're not making mistakes, you're not painting something new. Does that make sense? You're going to make mistakes, but it's all easy to correct. We could correct all of it, you know. It's easy. So don't worry about it. But so this edge, we might shove this tree edge over even a little bit more, but I kind of like that coming through here. Or we could shove it back and put our original feeling of that coming in at the edge there too. So there's a bunch, but I like the idea of that being a little path coming around the point, which means this needs to be more of an edge, a point of that other one there. And maybe another rock right here so that he's riding right through these rocks. That would be kind of neat, wouldn't it? So he's going to come right through some of these rocks right here. The rocks and the edges, that's just kind of, you know, pulling the horse and the viewer here. So a little bit more burnt sienna. So the rocks are blue, burnt sienna on the shadow side, and a little bit of light. We'll do some other fun stuff with that as they come forward. We'll get some of the yellow and lighter colors and grasses and stuff like that here as we come forward. Maybe we'll just put in an indication here. We'll do some types of grasses and dirt and stuff like that in here. Just real light here to say that. Because I do want to go in and work on the guy. So we want to just get some of this. And we'll put some grasses and some stuff in here. Just, you know, sometimes I wouldn't do this if I pre-toned my canvas. I don't need to do it. But I didn't pre-tone my canvas. I'm working on white. So I'll get rid of some of this back stuff back here, and we'll have a bit of fun with all that. But then you can see a little bit more of the depth of him coming through. So do I put another tree right here, or do I leave that edge opened up? You know, so another tree might be, you know, some other little softer bit of a tree here, up like this. Soft edges of a few trees. Yeah, that'll help close, but they'll go back behind that rock, see? But I don't want to lose too much of that mountain. So, but a little bit of that blue there is going to help, so we'll leave that. But that'll help. A little bit of this movement here. Yeah, that'll work, I think. But it pulls your eye back up through here. That works. And we'll have this kind of a steep little path coming down this way that he is going to be coming down here, right down. They're walking down this path here along the edge, coming out. That kind of works, huh? And there we go. Yeah, so let's just put in a few more little strokes of tone color just to get rid of some of the... And I'll take a little bit of that color back up in here. I'm always a big advocate. Touch it in a few other places to create that harmony. Always harmony between your colors and stuff. So here we'll push that. So there'll be a little lighter rock. And you know, when you get up to these real big ones here, we'll paint these rocks like I did in other things. But you can, you know, these can be a little rougher because they're up front. So, you know, we might have some really pretty colors. We'll put the, you know, the planes of the rocks in there, right? You've seen me do that 1,000 times. We'll put the planes of the rocks in here. I like that little rocky edge, though. I think that's going to be nice. But we'll paint specifically these rocks. That just kind of gets them in there, right? Kind of gets them into the idea here. And this will be a rock right up here. Some beige, a little bit of the blue. This is that beautiful lighter color gray that I love to use on rocks. We'll get some of that lighter color in there. Here. we'll paint the planes. We'll do all of that. Right now, it's, more than anything else, I'm looking at depth and color and everything. And before I make any kind of real decisions, let's get a little more dark here. But real decisions about, what I'm going to do with something up here. I'm going to start putting him in, just blocking in. We start out first with just the simple block ins of color, right? Remember, we do that, right? So this is just real quick idea. That's all going to change. It gives me a real quick visual, though. Does that make sense? That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so let's come in and we'll put in. Let's just do a little bit of work here. I cleaned up. I actually cleaned one of my brushes. There it is. Before I started, I cleaned my brush. So this is a little number 8 Fusion Flat, and I love that blue, burnt sienna, white. It's a little bit more blue, this kind of khaki colored duster that he has on here. And so blue, burnt sienna, and the white there. And so take this kind of duster color that he has here, and we'll just start basing him in. Opaque, he can go in opaque. Sometimes when I'm starting to put this in, if I know I'm in a shadow area, I'll go a little bit more transparent. But we'll kind of put this in here. There's going to be his saddle here. And I'll go darker over here, a little burnt sienna and blue, a little darker color here for maybe some of his shadow areas that we see. We'll just go ahead and make some quick statements for form and shadow here. Nothing perfect. We're not looking at details or anything. So this arm will come down somewhat in shadow here on this. A little bit of the shadow, and then more of the form shadow on the other side, because this is the shadow side of his arm. But he will have a touch of light that we see up there into our painting. We'll see a bit of the light that's going to come here. This is all going to be painted several times, but it's a real quick statement. And I changed my color slightly, maybe a little bit of blue into it, so it goes a little different, And I like that. And I should have taken some of this with that blue, little violet, little extender, thin, and push some of that right in here, which is that back mountain coming through on him. So we'll get that. Now let's go just a touch lighter. So we're basing in for basically light and shadow as well, right? So yeah, we'll drop this in right up by the horse here, around his ear. There's his hand holding the reins. A little bit of the light right up across the front of him here. So we're painting him for light and shadow to begin with. He has a little bit of shadow going right across here, which is actually the shadow from his hand pulling across there. So that works pretty good. He has his shadows here from pockets and stuff. Sometimes that's just a little too much detail, but I'll drop in a little bit right now. Some of that going around him. Little shadow from his collar. And he has, and I'm going to paint it, he has this red bandana, which I love. And I'm going to paint it, and it's going to be an isolated red in the painting, but boy is it neat, and it kind of pulls your eye up to him. It violates several rules of harmony of not using it, so I'll paint it back a little bit, but boy, it pulls it right in. Now we may put a few touches of the red someplace else, but in the actual photo, like you look at it back up there, you see, boom, red, and there's a bunch of artists that just love to do that. That's their, a little focus of the color. And so I don't mind it. I'll do it. Let's put in a little more burnt sienna We'll give the idea of this his saddle here. There's going to be his leg. His saddle's going to come right down here. We'll just a little bit more burnt sienna. We see a bit of his saddle back here. This is going to be his whole rope, which we're just going to paint it like it's not there right now. So a little bit of the blue into that shadow coming there on that side. So that's pretty good. I love that burnt sienna. Now his hat is more of a tan that I find on a like an elk or something, which is a beautiful tan from green and burnt sienna. A little bit of light. I love that color. And so we'll just start that in right now. I love this type of style of hat here. And we'll paint it coming out at this angle here. And then up just a bit. And it's hard with this number 8 to get any kind of detail work in there, but we'll get a little bit here. We'll take some more blue and burnt sienna, make a nice dark color here because this side of the hat here is in shadow. So see, I'm not real perfect with the colors and stuff right now, but I do like to paint for light and shadow as I'm setting some of the colors in. They don't have to be perfect. I'm just setting them in with light and shadow. And there'll be a little triangle of his shadow right here, that edge, a little bit right there, which will be good. And, you know, he'll have the creases in his hat right up here, which we can just indicate. Nothing perfect yet, just indicate them. And then just get out of there. That's enough with the light and shadow. But like I like to do, so I'm going to take some of that burnt sienna and some of that blue that's a little darker here. And I'm just going to add a bit of it here to his body because I like to do that. I do like to carry colors, even if it's not just red. Okay, I like to move those colors through. That's just something I've done for years and years, and I always had a thing in all my classes, always had a statement. If you make you can make any color you want, but if you make it. Move your color through your painting so you don't isolate it. We don't want just one isolated color. Well, I've kind of done that, but by the time we get all done, I'll incorporate it somewhere in there. Okay, so that kind of just sets up some of the colors on him. There's some of the edges that need to be a little bit better and stuff, but you're getting some of the things, the edges here. Now the horse is going to go darker. And, you know, they have basically 2 bay horses there, so I might do that, but I might give a little more interest. Maybe we'll give some white socks to them or, you know, a white star or something, you know, blaze onto the horse or whatever. But I'm just going to go burnt sienna and blue here and just start in the horse. We'll go right around. He has a light colored kind of pair of chaps there, so we'll do that. And this is a very different way in which this horse is kind of, his gait is a little bit different. And I kind of liked it because it was different than what I normally paint. So we'll put that in. It goes right up underneath. So here, boom, right up here. I love that. Just coming right back behind his hand, which we'll put into a glove there. We'll take, so that's a nice dark. Let's put this dark right up into this area and back of the leg here. And right up his chest. This will help us really build this nice, beautiful chest muscle. So we'll go pretty dark, almost a violet here. So I have a little violet and then burnt sienna just to warm it slightly. Like right up underneath here, real dark. And this is really going to, watch how this is going to advance him. See, when I put those mountains on, you go, oh, wow, that's pretty dark, Dave. But now I get this in. That's why you use those value scales. Remember, we're putting those mountains in, and they're really no darker than a 6 or so. And they're doing their job. They're sitting back there. But, you know, when I first put them on, you go, ooh. And that's because all of our all of the color we had on there was lighter from the white prep of the canvas, right? So let's get this dark. Let's just get rid of this saddle, the front thing. That keeps the saddle from sliding back when you're riding in the hills. I used to, in all the years that I rode horses and stuff, when I rode on the beach, I didn't add that. When I rode in the mountains, I did, because you'd ride up hills and your saddle want to slide back, and that keeps it from sliding back. Other people ride it for all different kinds of reasons, but that's why I did it. And we'll put a bit of that right up, a little bit warmer here, right up into the front. Down into his fetlock here. We'll maybe give him some white socks or something there. Now let's get this just a little lighter, a little medium beige, some more burnt sienna, maybe a touch of yellow here, mostly burnt sienna. Right up over here on this side. This will be the sunny side of him here. On this side of his neck. We have a long ways to go. We're just blocking in. But I like to kind of tell you the blocking, because the blocking, I'm thinking always light and shadow as I'm blocking in. So even though it's a simple little thing of blocking in the colors, it's very important because it sets the look of your painting that you're going to preserve through the rest of your painting, right? So there's a little bit of dark I can add right in there. That will help bring that part of the leg forward there. That's really nice. Let's more burnt sienna and some of that dark. And I might, lighten up his face a little bit more. But we'll push some of this dark right in here, right down, and pull down. That makes that big side plane of his face. Here we'll pull that side. So this side of his face is going to be in shadow. Here. Sometimes those shadows, though, I'll just blur it out a bit. Remember, the shadows can be more transparent, right? And we'll use a bit of this right here, down his neck, here. And, yeah, that looks pretty good. Some light. Let's add a little light. He's almost got this gray kind of color to his light up here because he's dark. So we'll look at that if that's how we want to do it, but we'll put it in there. Or we can warm him up more like a sorrel, like a burnt sienna or something. We'll make those determinations as we add more colors to him, because I'm not real certain on the color of the horse. Now, that in the photo there, he has his ears back, which usually means that the horse is pretty pissed off. And so I'm going to bring this ear forward a little bit more. Makes him a little bit more inquisitive looking. A little bit more Batman here. A little bit more inquisitive. And we go here. Here we go. In like that. That's better. That'll be better. And that dark, nice, heavier right there. And yeah, we'll just tap with the corner of my brush for where his eyes into his eye sockets are going to be. Some dark color there for his nostrils, where those are going to be. I usually find if I get those in and correct, I'm going to get his body and conformation pretty correct. So let's take some of this burnt sienna color in here. Finish that up. And he has the rider there that I have, it has chaps on and stuff. So I think I'm going to go ahead and paint those in there. Still got my squeaky chair from the other day. I forgot to oil it. So we'll pull some of the chaps, and the rider that's up there has some, usually a duster or something like that will come down over the chaps and stuff a little bit, and you might even make it a little longer coat. So these are all decisions we'll have to make. So a little burnt sienna blue. We did blue, burnt sienna, and white. But I got a little green, little blue, little burnt sienna, white. We'll make some of these decisions. Use some of this color. I love to change the tone of color, so everything changes a little bit. Maybe that duster coming down, not a complete duster, just a little bit there, coming down to there. And you can see on that his edge of his pant leg a little bit, but again, that's back into a bit more detail than we really look at right now. We're looking at blocking in main parts of color. So maybe the bottom of his foot here, just to say we did it. And some of what his boot's going to be there. I'll just put some color in here, get rid of the white, and we'll address some of that later. A little lighter, a little bit more. I would expect, and it doesn't show it on the photo, but I would expect a bigger light hit on this side, because light on that one is, but it's actually kind of in shadow. But I'm going to bring a bigger, lighter hit, so a little more white, beige and white. So we definitely are going to see the light dark there. Bigger, lighter hit. I'm going to put some of that light. I'm going to go lighter yet again, right up here into his knee and down here. But even a little bit more yet of that light hit right over here, I think. So sometimes your photo, now you see there, as I seem to kind of remember, there was another rider sitting to him in that photo that I took, and that might be shadow from that other rider. So I know light is coming from the right, and I know it should be hitting him pretty good right there on that side. So, and it's going to hit the horse all down that side, down this side here. So we'll make sure we get that light, the light to dark on all of this correct as we start painting in each area. So, but I love that kind of, so he gets this kind of light gray, almost a roan underneath some of it. And I love the color on this horse. So we'll try to do some of that light strike, and some of these changes of his color I think are really kind of pretty. So we'll work on that. And he has the classic yellow tan gloves. I have a pair just like that. One's going to go right up there. That's going to hold the reins and stuff. So that's pretty good. So yeah, I like that. So I'll look through and see, do I need, like I like this neat, slightly darker, a little more shadow right in there. Right in there. A little more shadow here. Yeah, so you can see that's going to be a nice mountainscape here. And you could, if you don't want to do the mountainscape, or you could easily put in a couple elk, or, I love Carl Rungius. He's got these kind of mountain passes like this, and he'll drop in a couple of black bear walking down. Those are neat, all kinds of stuff. You could do the mountains right here, take off some of the trees and make it more like a, from the prairie up into the hills and stuff he's coming out. All kinds of possibilities. I'm just getting rid of a few little holidays. We call light, empty areas of the canvas holidays. And Helen Van Wyck, back in the late 80s and very early 90s, on her painting TV program, always called them holidays, and I started doing that. It says it's where the paint takes a holiday. You have to fill it in. But we can just take a little water, fill some of that in, so we get some of that idea. I'm just going to take some burnt sienna, simple flesh color burnt sienna and white here. And we'll very, very simply right now just set in his face here. And very simple. Maybe a little bit of the burnt sienna or so to create a little bit more, to create a touch of the shadow on this side. But we're going to want some blue. We'll touch into his ear. Really small. Keep it simple. there. So you create just the idea of a light and shadow on him. That's the first step, right? The first step on all of this is light and shadow. You know, I'm not even going to put his beard in and stuff right now. Not yet. Just keep everything really simplistic. Light and shadow. So light here. Right? Just a bit of that light. Right there. Light and shadow on him. Which is going to be great. Now we'll come back. We just got this other horse. We just have this other horse here that we'll put in. Let's start first with some of those canvas bags. Some beige, maybe a little burnt sienna and green here. Sometimes a little touch of blue. These are all this beautiful colors, and I'll probably be using some of the colors of rocks and stuff like that on them as well. So keep this simple. Oh, I forgot the horse's tail here, but we'll work that in. And up over here, some of this. Now you'd say, why is the bag a little bit lighter on the outside here than here? Well, you have to think, if he's walking back there, if the light depends on where your light is, I'm bringing it in like this. If I bring it in a little bit more to the side, which I could, we could light up that just a bit more, because this is the cast shadow from that horse popping down here, which I have to add into the ground and stuff. So so that's how a bag on this side, on this shadow side, would be a little bit lighter, but we could touch a bit of that light in over here, see if we're going to like it there. And there's a lot of detail into that we could work in and add here, which we will. I'll pull some of this across, and I'm going to put in wrinkles and all that kind of stuff. This is just burnt sienna and some blue and stuff in there with that. And we'll just drop some of these colors in here. Right like that. And so we set that. Forgot to turn my phone off over there. Don't you just love it? I was talking with some of my students, and I was just saying, I'm so casual now with my filming. It used to be, the phone's on, it's going to, now I'm a paint studio here. I have fun. My phone's ringing over there because I forgot to turn it off. That's okay. You guys will forgive me here. And I love that. It's just, yeah, we're all real here. Okay. I'm not perfect anymore. Now, I really like that one is more of a Bayron and stuff. It's actually a mule. When I sit there, I'm just looking at it right now. It's a mule. It's more of a mule. So I think I will paint him more as a mule. A little bit bigger ears, flatter forehead and stuff. We'll do that. Yes, just here. Ears up there. Good. And some of the dark across here. That's neat. We'll paint him. Now that I looked at that even more, I was looking at more of the composition instead of what was I was thinking that as a horse or it's right there. But no, that's a mule. I'm going to paint him as a mule. So I was like, ooh. I've gone horse packing with the mules before too. They're neat. So we'll push that in, and this beautiful warm roan, we'll add a little red to it, some yellow, some of the burnt siennas here, and I'll go right around all of the structure here yet that is making him. So we'll go around that a little bit, just paint it out, and I'll draw it back in. But here, so he has a lot of these straps and stuff and pack straps. I don't remember the names of them right away. I'll have to go look them up. Usually, it's been years. It's been since I've packed. It's been 25 years, longer than that, 28 years. So it's been a while, been a minute. Yeah. So we'll just darken it back a little bit back here, a little more blue, but a little warmer up here in the front where he's going to get hit by the light. All, you know, paint, light, and shadow, and specifics of all of this. He's actually, one leg is crossing right here. We're going to go a little darker, a little violet, cool it off. It's going to be back in shadow back here. You only see a little bit of it colliding up here with this leg. But this is a back leg back there, right there. And then the front leg. So, and yeah, he does have the classic mule markings here. A little darker right here. A little bit darker there. Let's get some of that across the big, heavy chest. It can hold a lot of weight. There. That'll be fun. We'll have some fun with him. Put a bit of that dark in there. Let's get this a little warmer here. I think what I'll do is, when I do that, so I'll let that light hit that, so it looks like so the light's coming in more on the side, so it hits him, so he'll be out of shadow here. I think that's what I'll do. See, that's the things that you can do as the artist. You're controlling your light and shadow. You just have to be consistent. Now, I also I'll take a bit of that color from him, especially right in here in the transition. This is the transition area between my light and shadow. I can take some of that mule color, and that's where I'll get the harmony back and forth between the two. And I like to do that. So basically what I'm going to do is reverse some of the light I see on that mule, and I'm going to bring that in here, shadow side, right here, shadow side, and then we'll put the lighter side over here, which is just kind of opposite of what I'm seeing in the photo, but he's standing in the shadow. But we're going to put him in the light, change it a bit. There we go. And let's put some of that light hit right down here. So we will put more light on those, the packs there, and we'll do all of that. But this is your first basing in, your first looks of it. I have a lot of detail I can do with the shadows and stuff. So we'll do that here. But we'll just put some of that in. I'll draw him up and work on that. You've seen me do this 1,000 times, working up his shape and form and stuff, and we'll get all of that correct, but you can see I don't do that to begin with. So now we can look at this and we can get an idea, just an idea about, how we're going to proceed here. I'll take a bit of the more blue with some of that, and let's put in some light and shadow planes here for our rocks. I want one rock right there. So it's light and shadow, that's where I'm going. So I'm going to have, up here on my rocks, I will have 3 planes, the light struck plane, the receding plane, and a shadow plane. And we'll do that. But, so we'll get a receding plane, and then let's get a little more shadow into a shadow plane down here, right up along the edge of that right there. So I use sometimes my brush like this that I'm using here to actually just almost physically draw, scrape along the edge and draw here. Let's take some of that tan, so we'll continue the grass right down here. So maybe that we'll pick up some of that grass above that rock into that sky right there. The mountain is still wet, so I'm just going to paint into it there. So I get a receding edge, a bit of the light, warm light, grasses, like this is a grassy little slope he's walking down with some rocks here. So it's not quite like a cliff falling off the edge. And you do that just by taking some of this grass up a little higher, right up in there, sloping it still, sloping it, modeling that through. Let's get a little lighter gray for our rock. That'll be kind of pretty. Right in here, a little lighter yet on these light struck planes of these rocks. I'll pull up some rock photos to reference or to help me reference and stuff, but as I get closer into painting that, a little half tone, which is our receding side. And again, it's just, I'm painting for, not painting perfect, I'm painting light and shadow. That's all I'm doing. So I'm going to have these rocks coming through here. Right in through here. Here. There we go. A little edge, that'll be nice. Now I should, before I forget, put the darker tail here on the horse. Right in there. We'll just suggest that right in there. And I think I'm going to widen his head on this side. I'll bring his mane down that side there as well. Here. Here we go. So it's soft, but I see the color definitions here. We'll put some more shadow up over here. We'll do that art thing all over this whole painting. But that'll give you a good concept of it, a good idea here. And some more light right here. This rock will really help push depth into the painting here. So we'll put a little receding edge right here. Right in there. And a nice shadow, darker shadow edge right in here. There we go. Right in there. So we got that 3 planes, right? I always telling you, especially when you're setting your rock up for the first time, you paint the 3 planes. The light struck plane, the receding plane, and the shadow plane. Always. That gives you, that's basically your rocks. So, and then we'll come in and we'll move the planes around. We'll put in what is called broken color, right? We'll come in and put broken color and all that kind of stuff there with that. I might cut that off. It might create too much of a line. It might be good to have some of that rock show up, back up and through here. Like these are just rocky edges. Gonna have to look at that here. If I want that rock to continue, that's kind of a big, long, continuous line. I'm not sure I like that. So let's first take this out a bit here and see if we like that and this rock. Smalling, yeah, that actually might be better. Small that rock down, see how it opens up and gives a little more depth through here. These are all things you got to try. And this is the whole thing too. And you know, when you're painting and you're painting along and following along this stuff, you like different things than I do. My wife likes completely different things than I do, you know. But, you know, we've been happily married for 45 years, so we've learned to adapt. But we like sometimes things very, very different from each other, and that's fine. And you like things different than me. You might choose to paint something completely different than me. That does not offend me at all, you know. It just, because we're all different. And I've learned, being a artist, professional artist for all these years, that, you know, people, when they hire me to paint a consignment painting and stuff, they may change completely something. And I may disagree with it, but you know what? It's their painting. And so I follow what they like. I'm going to put that nice light struck plane right here and see how that changes that whole thing there. Kind of opens back up that edge there. That might be too much of an angle right there. We might just take some of that off. But changes it all. So this would be the light struck plane. This would be a receding plane. That would be a shadow plane. So that light struck plane there, as we develop this, nice little light going around a bit, might have a little bit more of an edge there. And then it's going to go a little bit more receding, a little darker value, receding plane here, right like that. And then into the shadow plane here, which we'll all put on. We'll get all of this in there, right? We'll get that rock in there and working out a little bit of this coming forward here, there. That'll be kind of neat. So we'll develop all of that. This is going to be a super fun painting. I was going to do it more quick, and now I'm really liking it. So I might put and it's big enough to put some really nice depth and colors and movements and all kinds of fun things in. So we just might take a little more time. I was going to do this all in one video and stuff, and no, I think I might just take a little bit more time with this, you know. And if you don't like it, you don't have to watch the other ones, but you should. Okay. You should always watch all the videos, because I'll say all kinds of little things and all little tricks in all the videos. So I like these rocks. These are going to be neat. There we go. There we go. Just something like that. That's going to be good. We'll get some of this light struck plane up in here, you know, right up in here. Boom. So you see the planes, right? That's what I'm working for, guys, is working for the planes, kind of how I'm going to get that plane here. I might drop another smaller, because I feel like these are just two straight lines. So I might drop a smaller like rock right here to break that long line that's right there, right here. So there, so it doesn't look like a line. These are decisions that I don't always make right now, but I will. So here's the receding plane, and then I go a little darker yet for the shadow plane. So the shadow plane. So you have the light, the receding, and the shadow. And that quickly drops in a rock. And by leaving it kind of at that angle, we are dropping down slightly, aren't we? We can give him, maybe we'll put some color in there for his hooves, just quick there. But yeah, so that'll give some, that might be kind of neat. Might level this off, like he's coming down the hill and it's starting to level off. And you can get that because that's leveling off. So we push this rock right here a little bit more leveled off like that. Then you won't get that look of the hill quite as much. So you see, it's your angles. You control all of that. So we're making it look here like he's walked down the hill and he's starting to level off a little bit here. Right like that. We might make that rock smaller and put some trees and little bushes and all that kind of stuff. We could put all of that in there, but that's a good basing in of it, the blocking in of that. But we'll need some more light. We'll need a bit more. I'll need to fix my lights and darks a bit, some edges and some stuff going on in there. Push that back. You could make that a whole rocky edge all back here. You know, have some fun. Do what you know, hopefully, you know, what my goal is to do with you guys too is, you know, we're not all the same. You just take some inspiration. You want to go do something? Go ahead and do it, right? That's hopefully what we're doing for you. To inspire you, you know, to try things, to learn things, and try all different kinds of things. So as I go to paint the detail in here, everything is going to change because I'm going to be doing a lot of detail in through here. You know, the back mountains back up there, they're mostly done. That's not done. All of this stuff here is way far away from being done, hours away from being done. But, and it might be such that I don't take up all the time to show you absolutely everything, because I've, like on these rocks, we've painted rocks so many times that you can go back and refer to other paintings and lessons too. But I'll show you some fun things. Usually if it's a big thing that I'm changing, I'll take the time and I'll show you. If it's, you know, and if it's just a small change, I do a, you can just watch me paint for a small clip. But if it's big change, I paint the whole thing and I tell you, okay? So we got that. So I think that I'm going to go get some lunch because I started a little bit late today. And I'm going to let this dry up a bit. Then we're going to come back. We're going to work on him and the rocks and some of this area here before I even go back to do those trees. I want to fix some of those trees, but you know, I want to do some other things here first on it. And some of this is drying down up there. I might just put some softer lights up there. See, just mixed like that. That since I've got some of this real light up there, this is all contrast. How much you're going to put up there, that's up to you. But maybe a few more little light areas hitting there. Not pure white, I have it grayed down slightly here. So it's not pure white, but that's up to you how much you want to have in there. And just be casual with it, right? Casual. That's the big thing. So I will go have some lunch and I'll come back and I'll work just a little bit more. I'm going to work just a little bit more on his face, kind of put that in there a little bit, and some smaller details here up onto the horse. Bring those forward, and then we'll take another video and work on some other stuff, okay? All right, I'll see you in just a minute. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Okay. Had a little bite to eat. And now I'm going to come in. I blew this guy up here so I could see him a little bit better. But there's just no way. We're just going to paint for light and dark and a little bit of detail. And I want to get that in and get this area and maybe a little bit of work onto the horse up here a little bit more farther along before I go do some other areas and stuff around here. Just because I want them to dictate basically the whole painting. And I like to do small paintings like this. You've seen me before. This is a smaller synthetic filbert, number 4, and a little number 2 fusion filbert, which I really like to do small areas. So I'm going to start working down on this a bit. Let's go in and let's take a little... and I will paint these multiple times. This won't be the only time. I'll revisit this again. But I want to take it towards it. So I'm going to take some, and this is all still really wet right here. This is all real wet. I'm going to take some burnt sienna, some blue, and I'm going to use my little prop here so I don't, because some of this is still wet. And I'm just going to come in and I'll start to shadow down, and I'm going to put an edge on this so it starts to come farther forward. Here on the hat, see how it starts, that edge really starts to bring it forward. And let's bring a bit of an edge right here. I don't want to have texture, but I do want to have an edge. Just a nice clean edge, which is really going to bring his hat and stuff forward here. Okay. And I want to come up here and put this right in here. I know this style of hat, you know, like Quigley Down Under style hat, and a few other really great Western writers and stuff always wore this hat, and so it's really kind of a neat hat. Let's put some of that shadow right up here onto this edge, down this side, and it just starts bringing in some of the depth here, and a little bit down and around the front here. Down, and it drops right down there, right to the front of the hat there. So that'll be good. And let's take a bit more burnt sienna, a bit of medium beige, and a bit of white. We'll make the light color to the front of the hat. Still very much like a burnt sienna or orange kind of color, maybe a little orange into that. And we'll put that up into the front, the light struck edge here. A little bit right there onto that light strike, and just a mark or two of it going around the back there. But that light really, you know, this really, even stuff like the hat and stuff, really helps you generate where the light in your painting is. So we do want to get it correct. right? Sometimes when it gets real small, I'll do edges like this with the knife, with the painting knife. I don't, for so many years I would paint with the point of a round, and I don't like that as much. There's a lot of artists that still do, and some of you may like that. But I find that it leaves a little ridge of paint that I don't always like to come up over that. So I'm very cautious about using that in the paintings today. So, but if you like it, you can do that. So let's put just a little bit. Now I'll be adding some other tones to this, like the blues and stuff like that. I will be adding that. The blue sky and stuff, I do like to add that in there. But a couple times through, and that's not perfect, but that's pretty close. Let's take a little bit of that shadow burnt sienna here, and we'll just drop that in on the side of his face here, right like that. Right, that little bit of that shadow burnt sienna, a little bit of that blue. You could have it go a little purpley too. That's fine. Let's put a little bit more here, like on his ear, down that side of his face there, right? And you get this, and he does have, and you can look at his face, he has a very distinct shadow line, cast shadow line from that hat. So we can just drop that in right there. And it's going to go right into his beard. I want to paint the beard. I do want to paint the beard. So I'm going to take a burnt sienna, a little blue, a little beige here, and slightly more burnt sienna here. And we'll drop this in, kind of model it around a bit, up this side, right down like that. And I'm not going to give him a big long beard, but definitely he's been in the hills for a while, so we'll suggest that. Here, up this side here, let me just barely 2 hairs of the brush, just whisper that up the side here, so he keeps that slightly blurred edge there, right? Up underneath, where would his nose be? Of course, I'm redrawing his face because I lost some of it now. That's okay. Right in there. I love that. Just very simple. Keep it very simple. A little bit more shadow right here on this side, because that will help him with that shadow. And blur out, you don't want to have it's a beard, so you don't want to have a solid line right here. So just a little whisper of that line. You might even consider going back and grabbing some of that, mountain color there and putting that in there to help blur that line. Nothing perfect on that. When you're dealing with the hair, that's what makes it look more like hair, because the line undulates. It's all blurry. You don't have an edge. Okay, let's now I'm gonna take just a little bit of that color, a little bit of that blue burnt sienna, and just lightly suggest, like you see here. See, there's a heavy shadow on his nose. There's a shadow line there, and he has almost like little dot eyes. I don't want to do that, but he has almost like little dot eyes because it's very simplistic. Now, I got that too big right there, so I'll just wipe my brush with a little bit of water and take some of it off. Right there. Here we go. Just like that. And we'll go back with our burnt sienna and our white. And let's put a burnt sienna and white. Let's step up a little lighter. You could always add a little yellow too, which warms it just a bit more. And rest our hand here. Just tap in that nice light side of his face there. And a little bit right on this side of the cheek there, right like that. Tiny, he's tiny. Yeah, keep it tiny. A little bit more right there. There we go. But that looks pretty good. I could deepen that shadow. Burnt sienna, a little bit of the blue here, right in here. There we go. And this brush that I'm using, and it would seem very hard to use, but it is. It's all flayed out because it's an older brush, but I like that. It doesn't make a harsh line at all. Makes a kind of a blurry line, which is kind of what I want to do when I make small faces and stuff. Let's put in the idea of just the light little sockets there, right in there like that. And if you get too much, that's a little bit heavy, just a touch. I'll take a softer, not quite as light flesh tone and just tap into that there. And so we just want to very lightly suggest his eye sockets and stuff here. Lightly suggest them. And that's what I want to do now. I mean, it all depends on how much you want. I don't want to go in there. I'm going to use my magnifiers here. Oh, he looks kind of good. And I'll straighten up a few lines here. A few lines of color. Look for a little touch of light here onto these ear. And some darker hair stuff right in there. That's not too bad. A little more light. So I'm just tapping little colors, and you can go to a small brush. Just don't. But I love to tap that around. But just don't make ridges of color. That gets really hard to paint out after a while, right? Ridges of color. We'll put that light hitting across his face right there. That light hitting there on his face. And I got that one side there a little bit too light, so I'll just tap in. There. There we go. And now I think I got... We'll put just a little more dark flesh here. And I think I came in with his beard a little too far. So I'm just going to back that back out a bit. I love painting lines like this, back and forth, and softening the edges and stuff. I just really like to do that. Let's darken just a bit of that lip right there. So he has just a touch of light. You can see a little bit of light. You can even see the dark in there. And, that might... I mean, I do have a little, a very soft... This is a fusion round. It's very soft, but you can see it's older. See how it's flayed out at the edges there? So I could use that to tap in maybe a few smaller touches of color. I don't want to create textures or small dots, if that's, you know what I mean? I want to just approach it by just whispering in just a little bit here. Just a little bit of color here. That might be, it's not bad, but it's a little too perfect of a round. I want to blur, there we go. Little water, blur it off a bit. There we go, that's better. And it's the smallest little marks. This is a lot of detail. You don't have to do that, but I feel kind of like I can do it today, so I'll just do it. Yeah, maybe just a line or two right up here. There we go, just a little bit of that. There you are. Yeah, I think that's pretty darn good. And yeah, let's put, while we're here with that, just don't create, I don't like to use this round very often. I do it on birds and stuff with the feathering and stuff. Just don't create, like, if you push too hard, you'll create edges of shadow on both sides. And I don't a little ridge of texture and edge, and I don't like that. And so just avoid that. Doesn't take very much color in it, and I kind of approach it like a whisper of the color. In other words, I'm just kind of, whoa, just kind of whispering it, on magnifiers there. Yeah, that's better. But just kind of whispering it on. So let's take a little bit of this light. We'll put it on here. Right, look up there and put a little light edge there onto his hat. Down the front there just a bit. There we go. Yeah, that's nice. Just as long as we don't get like too much of a line detail on it, it's not bad. That's worked out. And I like that little bit of like a lighter gray kind of color arching right here for his hat band there. I like that as well right there. A little bit of dark underneath it. Now this is a lot of interest, a lot more than what I really planned on in this painting, but I like it. I like the painting. I really do. I love this one. So I'm going to give it a little bit more there of that light and dark. That worked out pretty nice. So, whoa, you take off those magnifiers. It takes you a minute for your eyes to adjust here. Now, with the smaller, with like my number 4, I one of my favorites, like when I do small stuff, and everyone's going to be different, guys. But I like the synthetics too, because they're more springy. So this is a synthetic. And so I'm going to be doing a lot of drawing, like I want to put this heavy, basically ocular socket up above the top of the horse's eye here. And I'm going to work some of this down. I think I'm going to put a white blaze on the horse here. And so let's just work some of that in. You've seen me do this a lot. So let's do, because I do like white blazes on them. My bay horse had a beautiful white blaze on her. I love that. So, and then together we've painted my white horse. We've painted several of my horses. But I like that. So I'm going to put that light right in there. I just think that the light of a horse there adds quite a bit. This side will be slightly in shadow. And so we'll put this part of this socket right in there with the dark coming down. Just blur the lines in between. I just touch and blur the lines because that, not quite like that too much, but that just, put that ear back up where it should be. And I'll work. This one does have the tiniest little star right there. So we'll push that up. Here, tap some of that in. You could go put any kind of horses, and that's what I like over in the Academies group, the people tend to change the horses to what they like, and I like that. And isn't that what we're supposed to do, right? And I take inspiration from other artists. I like artists to take inspiration from what I do. You know, we're not all the same. And so we'll build that up again. Pull that thing. So keeping that nice middle kind of, but there's kind of a light grayish because she's so black that there's kind of a real light grayish kind of color that comes in on the sheen. And sometimes those sheens on the blacks are bluish color. And I might bring some of that back in. I will definitely be working this a couple of times. But I want to bring that lighter bit to that socket here. Let's put a bit of our burnt siennas. Burnt siennas, greens, blues, these are all worked together in here really nice. Let's restate that just a bit more with that burnt sienna in it. that sets that light. We'll make sure we get that down. This light will be here. There's a little light edge there from the edge of her, and so I'll blur that out. So this is what I'll do is I'll work through here, blurring some of these edges and bringing some out just a bit more here, working the details of the horse. And on the shadow side, on the right side here, or left side, excuse me, here, they will be the darker. So I'll add more blues to this, and I'll make her a little darker. And then the warmer tones up onto the other side here. But there will be some shadow tones, a few, that will drop in. And for that width of her forehead there. But it usually, you know, when I'm painting this, it usually takes me a couple of times back and forth to get the not only the anatomy and stuff of it correct, but the pure architecture of her face here correct. So I'll do that. Because I start looking at tone, and, you know, so I start putting in multiple tones, and then I flip over and start looking at structure, muscle structure and stuff, and then finally I start bringing it all together. So, and I'll realize, ooh, I went a little too much on one side or something, you know. That's just all part of it. That's part of the finding process, you know, that we go through. And I gotta put in these softer eyes here because she looks a little devilish. Keep calling her because she's very similar to one of my horses. But and we'll bring a little bit more of that lighter. So I'm going to be using some light, some more burnt siennas, greens, some yellows in with some of that here onto this right side of her as I bring that light in. I love some of these colors and tones. Could go a little lighter right in there, which is what I'll probably do, but I'll key off the burnt sienna and yellow and some white, maybe a little medium beige. You could add a blue to that, which will give you a touch more gray. But I'll build this up here on this side. Here, maybe right up through here like that. Okay, and then I'll put some more heavy shadow. Now you've seen me do this 1,000 times, so what I'll probably do is just to save a little time on the video here, I'll small some of this down again, because that'll, you know, then I start smalling down and fixing up and working that eye. And you see this is a little bit round right here. That's off, and I want to bring it off. I want to bring it up anyway. So what I would do is brighten this up, lighten this up, and I need to get that lighter ocular heavy area there, and then it needs to go in a little bit, and we need to fix up the nose and some of this nostril. Then we need the heavy downstroke that's going to square up her nose and stuff. So I got to do all that. You see me do that 1,000 times, so I'll do that. I'll show some, start working on her and some of his detail, and I'll just film a little bit along the way so you can see that, okay? Get some of that. You've seen me do it 1,000 times. I'll do that so I don't make this video too long. I'll do some just short painting examples of it. I'll work lots of tones back and forth like that, and I'll just shoot some things along the way. And then we'll come back and we'll work on the other mule there and some of the rocks and some of the other things. Okay? All right? All right. I'll see you in a few minutes. Watch the next part. Hi, Ron. Welcome back. Well, I put some of that in. I worked a little bit more on the horse here. I just absolutely love, and I was looking at all of the different colors of. He goes from this real kind of almost chestnut roan kind of color up and through these grays and blacks. And I know it's a lot of that's having to do with the light and the shimmering of the light, but I really like it. And I've put some of that back up in here, and I've really liked that part on the horse. I went and added some of the light in here as well. And basically the colors I'm working through is my blues, my whites, of course, blues and whites, and then the burnt sienna, which helps you kick that over to some of the different grays. Working in some yellows and some of the burnt siennas to get some of the warm colors on the warm side. And I added a little light down the bit of his chaps and stuff here. I will probably paint this mule more of the mule colors, which is, those burnt siennas and blues, blacks kind of colors. But I'm enjoying that and trying to figure out this, there's that big flat flanking muscle right here on the side. So I want to get that in here on that, on this guy. And I'm just using basically a 4 and an 8 flat is mostly what I'm doing. And working it back and forth. And I'll probably do this a couple times, to get some of the interest that I like. And so on the, you could really see it up there, but, like right in here, there's a light struck that's coming through and hitting that. And it's almost a light gray. But I like that, that gray I'm making from the burnt sienna and the blue. But I like to lean some of it sometimes a little bit more over to the burnt sienna side, which gives it a little bit more of an orangey kind of cast to it. And I'm just varying that, and I'm really enjoying those particular colorings here. So, and I'm painting I put on a light tone, soften it with a halftone like you've seen me do so many times on the videos here. So there's a light tone, and then I'll come in here with some burnt sienna. You just set it up, and I'll add some, if you add some open medium like this to it, it will stay wet for you. So there's a nice shadow. Then I'll drop off to the side here, add a little bit more and some open medium, and then right into my light tones. So here I have my tones that I'm working with, and that's basically what I'm doing through this whole thing. So here's the halftone, and you can see just a mark of the halftone really helps it. Then I can slide into the shadow tone, and I'll vary these tones a little bit back and forth, and that's what's giving the form and everything that I want to have on this horse. So we'll slide over here to the lights. Let's lighten up. We see that nice light that's right here as he's going to get that chest strap through, but I'll keep it just a little bit more towards the burnt sienna. Sometimes I'll go a little bit grayer. So if I want, I can take that and work just a touch grayer to get that gray kind of color that he has on him as well, and that shimmery color that comes through from the dark. So when you hit a dark, it gets that shimmery color. Those of you that painted the black lab and stuff with me, that's what we do. But I like that as well. So I like both of these coming through. And so let's put just a bit of that light down this side, and maybe a touch more to that light shimmery gray. So I just increased the blue slightly here, which gives that just a little bit more of the gray here. And we'll add some of that in. Yep, there it is right there. That's beautiful. Little coloring. Let's put a little bit, its chest strap comes. It's going to come right in here. And I'll add, once I add some of the detail, the reins and all of that kind of stuff, I will come back and add some other additional lights to some of these areas here. But maybe a bit of that gray, carry that color, bit of that gray right down here, coming down this part of his leg here, right down in through there. Yeah, that gives a real pretty look to him. It's a really nice look to him. So he has maybe a bit, this might be a bit too harsh, so I'll soften some of that out. Down the flat of his nose there. That widens that out. That's pretty good. Could have a little bit more white into his blaze there just a bit. So across right up in here. And yeah, that's pretty good right there. Yeah, and so it's this building process. And see, so once you put an undertone and you put another mark on top of it, I just take my finger and wipe it there, which blurs out the edge, and you get this softer transition of colors. If you're in oils, don't touch it with your hands. Just use another brush. You do what we call a two-brush painting. So, so that's basically what I do. Put it on, take it off. I mean, and you can do that too if you don't want to touch your paints. If you don't know the safety of your paints, never touch your paints. But these paints that I work with are extremely safe, so no worries there. So I put that in there. So let's go over here and let's deepen our shadow. So we have on his jacket there, burnt sienna, some green makes that lovely kind of gray color, pine green, burnt sienna. But I have my blues and my darks here as well. So I'll move into some of that. This all has open medium in it. It all mixes up really well. Let's put some of this dark. I want some of that nice dark that's carrying up from the horse up into him here. And this is kind of like a duster kind of jacket, which I really like. And we'll come across with some of the shadows across his arm here. Right down there like that, and he's going to be, see, he's pulling the steering wheel, as some of my friends say, the steering wheel on the horse, on that mule over there. So we'll grab that, grab this down, pull some of this through, some of this other dark. And again, I first paint large areas light and dark, and break it up with some other colors. We'll carry his duster down a little farther there. And maybe right up, a few wrinkles right up here into around his, the saddle and stuff there. And of course that real big one there that's casting from his arm, which is right there. It goes right up towards his arm. And then right down the center, which is you can actually in the photo see the buttons and stuff on it. I'm not going to go that detailed, but you can see that. We'll lighten up a little bit of medium beige, a little bit of the white, touch of the green. Just keeps that duster kind of color, that khaki color. Here, that's probably a little too red, so a touch more of the green. But I don't take it off. I just go ahead and go through with it. And let's put a touch of burnt sienna in that. I love to vary the colors. That's the secret, I think, to most things. Is just vary those colors, So I'll start putting some brush marks, and this is a smaller number 4 flat, which I really do like to paint with small, areas like this. Break it up, because I'll roll the brush and use it a little different and different things, and I like that. So we'll use this to set up some middle tones here. A couple of middle tone colors here on his duster, and we'll grab a little more light, maybe a little more beige, change the color up a bit, right? Change it up, and right down here. There we go. And I just love those quick strikes. Once I get the mid-tone in there, I just use that quick strike to change it up a bit. That could be, this is part of his cast shadow from his head down there onto his shoulder here. So we'll leave some of that, and some of the shadow right around the back of his neck and around the front here. Around like that. We'll put that red scarf and stuff in. But you can see, this is how I love to work the details. And sometimes I leave it, quite dark. Might enhance this dark right here a little bit more. But I might break it up with a little more of a half tone, and then come in and restate that again. that's where you get all your interest. And working those tones like that, that's where you get all your interest in your painting. Back and forth with the tones. Do some, tapping in, some lights, leave some, I use different parts of the brushes to get the different looks to it. And it's almost impossible to copy it, to emulate exactly what I'm going to paint here, because I couldn't do it either because I'm being so casual. But you can come pretty darn close. And I'm going to put on some extra lights right up here. Marks. As you get lighter, the law of disproportionate color, the lighter you are, the smaller you get. And so we'll put on a few more lights through some of that, so you get a good indication of light and shadow. That's what we really want on this painting, just a real good indication of light and shadow here. And yeah, some of the shadow right here. There we go. Just a bit of it. It forms that nice duster. And some of the light right here for his collar on that side. Here, maybe a little line. I don't like to do small lines too much, but sometimes, like the edge of a collar or something there, putting some of that in is good. I like all of that that's going on here. I might just touch in a little bit of the light, as the wrinkles and stuff here. A little flatter right through here. And not quite as dark, or excuse me, as light. We'll add a few wrinkles here across his jacket. And usually what I do once I get some of that in, I have to come back, because I usually take out too much shadow. I have to come back and add a few more little lights and stuff, which I can. Let me, we'll pull a little whiter light right down there. Tap this in a bit. There. That's pretty good. But I usually have to come back with a little more shadow, so we'll do that again here. There we go. And some of this right down there around his arm. That arm, it is a little bit lighter. Matter of fact, on the photo there shows a light strike, so it means some through light is coming in and hit it in. But we'll leave that. Let's get that burnt sienna blue, a little green, maybe even a touch of violet. Nice dark here, a little more burnt sienna, real dark. Excuse me, nice little edge of dark right there. So just a few more darks. Darks are so important, the shadows. I usually put most of the shape in with shadows. There we go. That's kind of a real nice look to that duster here. Let's go a little bit more brown into this, and we'll put the shadow on his chaps here from that duster and stuff there, or the edge of his jacket. It's not really a duster, it's not full length, but you know what I mean. His jacket there. And little green burnt sienna here. There we go. Sometimes a little yellow. Put in some different colors, And of course, one of the colors that I want to add into all of that, and, it doesn't look too bad, but one of the things that's so important is adding that blue. So, and I'll go in and I'll show you guys here, but here's a little marks of yellow-green, which will be another little tone in there. And I love to do these because this is where the majority of your interest and stuff that he's going through comes in. But then we do this with that. We take our red violet and our blue, and we make our light violet again, a little more blue. Let's add some open medium to this. And you basically, you make those mountains and sky, right? And this is, rinse that out a bit. Got a little too much paint in my brush. And I can thin this with a little extender, but this is the light blue, and we'll use bits of this through some areas here to not only harmonize, but it puts the cool color in, which is important, puts a cool color into our painting. So I look mainly to the shadow areas here. And look mainly to the shadow areas. You put that in. We'll put that into the horse, like, you know, like a good Western painter would put some right back in here on the shadow side of his leg here, and that big muscle, maybe down this side a bit, right down in here. That blue would come in, and it's a reflected light. And usually I do that towards the end, but why not now, right? Yeah. So let's get so we have that the chaps are the yellow and beige, and then we cool it down. We'll just add a little red violet, or then a little violet to it here to cool that color down here. That's good. And so I'm looking at it more of a shadow. So it's basically a yellow with a shadowy color, so it'll be more shadow look here. Right like that. See? And some of the light in here. But I don't, so here it is over here. Now, I'll take some of that color. This is, always remember this, guys. Take some of that color and show it up on the other chaps over here. And then what I'm going to do is lighten, warm and lighten. So I have the shadow, the cool, and oops, there's a little bit of blue. We're going to put some blue in there. Watch this. This blue just looks so wonderful, even down the side of those chaps, see? Doesn't that look cool down that side? Looks great. Excuse me. But we'll take some of this warm yellows, a little burnt sienna, some of this, and let's get that nice warm right down his leg on his chaps here. Usually, you know, when I put these on, I find the knee and stuff, and then I, you know, highlight, of course, and that's definitely on the light side. You highlight from the knee down, but I'm going to put some right up here this time, because we're on the shadow side here, so maybe a little fringed edge. I'll leave some of that as a fringed edge here. So I just quickly pull through. I love that open medium. See, it gives it a little bit of transparency in there. And it gives some of the brush movement that I want to give this. Let's get some of this shadow in there. Down. That looks pretty good. Let's take a little blue burnt sienna here. Maybe a touch of red. This is deep into the saddle here. And where the shadow is here on that. So give a little more burnt sienna in here. He's going to have his saddle and his saddle horn there. And when you come into some of these areas here, to saddle and stuff, just move some of this color around. You don't have to be precise with anything. You just have to move some color around. You know, the blurred edges and stuff. I don't like to get so detailed, because if you get too detailed, it gets too stiff. Does that make sense? So be very, you know, you watch me here. I'm very quick and deliberate with my marks of my brush. Now I put that light on. Oh, sitting next to that light, I'll come back with a little more yellow here, which will soften out some of that light. And I'll leave some of that brush mark in there. And that took me the longest time as an artist to be able to do that, to have that confidence to do that. It takes a certain amount of confidence to do that kind of stuff. Let's put the edge of his duster back up on here, right through some of that blue, some of that other color. Blur that around there, right? Some of that goes right there. Right around, we'll put the saddle horn right in there. But yeah, we'll put some of these marks, this cool color marks right in there. A little bit of light here. Here we go. Going through that light one more time here. There we go. Yeah, let's restate that shadow there right up to where his hand. I've kind of eliminated some of it, that cast shadow. And see, I just draw it back in there again. And it looks, as you've painted this several times now, it just looks great, doesn't it? I mean, after you get this on here a few times and through some of that dark, some of that other color in there, that looks pretty good. Looks a little more rugged. Here, let's take some light yellow and light tan yellowy gloves. He's going to have this one right up here. We'll put a little more light with that. And if it doesn't show up, you can always push it in with some shadow as well. But this is probably enough. Here. Yeah, just a bit of that right down in there. And a little bit of shadow to do the edges and stuff. So, but there. The fingers fold over, a little shadow underneath. Doesn't have to be perfect by any matter of means. Back. He's holding on to the reins right there. Let's give just a little edge like we see in the photo of the light. Maybe this side, a little edge of that shadow. There, light and shadow. Some additional light right up here on that edge of his fingers there. Right like that. Just indications, you don't have to be perfect here. So we're not going to be here. He's going to hold those reins in that hand. And that shadow, let's thin that shadow out. I do like shadows to be thinner. Let's pull that shadow right up to his hand here, just like we see there. And that'll put that hand right up in front. So this is the kind of detail work that I start doing here. Right in there like that. I do like his face. It's very understated. It could use a couple of touches more of some lighter flesh as we do that. Here. Maybe just a bit lighter. Use just a corner of this number 4. The problem is you just don't want to get it perfect. Like a line, that's good. Just a little bit lighter. That'll dry down. You may have to do it again. I do like to use the edge of this little flat because it's not a very specific line there. That's good. That works. Boy, I love the coloring on that horse. In the photo there, you can see it's on the dark side. So the light, you can see the light is coming up from this way into the photo. I'm bringing it in from the side. So I'm going to light up that side chap there just a little bit more. Plus, I want that real shiny light, to play against this real light area right there. So I want that light to shimmer against that. Right there. And I will take versions of that here. So not exactly the same, but some of the versions of that right here onto the chaps. A little bit darker, but some of that light right here, especially by the knee and up here. Sometimes it's the knee and down. And I'll pull that down. But Yeah, that works. Some of this. There we go. Just get that, and I'll take some of the burnt sienna. We did the saddle mostly burnt sienna, so I'll round out for some of that saddle in there. But I don't worry about drawing it all specifically in there. I used to try to get as perfect as I can, and then I noticed that you know, it doesn't make too much of a difference, you know. So let's put in the saddle horn right there. Maybe a little indication of it. You could get more precise though if you want. I just don't want to do that anymore. Well, at least not with this one. I do it. I don't want to say I don't. Let's put the part of the saddle right up here. Front of it up a little bit more. Right up like that. There. Here we go. So I do draw a little bit of it here, so, but not much, not as much as I used to. I might add a little bit more to that. We'll put the saddle blanket in and a few other little things, like maybe the edge of the saddle blanket and like the edge of a light colored saddle blanket. Pick up some of those colors, come right back down through here, draw that on, right like that. So it's, you can do like an Indian blanket, which I always rode, but that's a little bit low there. So I'll raise that back up. But I like those broken color lines on it and stuff, which I use just my brush flat. Get some of that broken color lines in there. A little blue, burnt sienna. Here, let's take that back up a bit. Here we go. Right back. A little low. See how easy it is to paint back and forth? And that's the thing, guys. I used to always worry about stuff like that. And now that I found that I paint back and forth and get that, I get a more relaxed line, and it makes it look better. It makes it look more realistic, you know? So don't worry about having to, you know, to paint back and forth. And sometimes I'll, you know, like I say, I paint too much. I cross the edges, the edges or the drawing back and forth, and so it does create that, you know, that look. So I like that back and forth like that. Let's put the edge of the saddle right in there, and maybe just a little edge of the light that you see right there, like that's just the edge of the light part of the blanket there. It's just right around. It should not be in the horse right there, Dave. It should be actually into the leg there. So fun to add some of this stuff. You know, you just those lines, you know, broken lines like that, you know. Some yellow, some white, and just frill out some of these lines. Like, you know, some of the chaps have those frilly edges and stuff, so we'll just leave some of that edge out there like that, see? Right out to that line. See, that just adds an extra little bit there. And we can frilly just some of this right here, just like that. And it lightens up and loosens up the lines. You don't have to be perfect, right? I used to always be so perfect, and I'm trying to get more and more and more casual. That's what I'm trying to do. Let's take a little bit of our lighter gray. And I see on there, I can look at where that light comes through, the through light on the other sample up over there, where that's hitting right in there. So let's lighten that up just a bit more. That light comes in right in here, that nice gray blue light. Some of it right back here. Boom, right up on the knee. Let's get some dark up in there. But this is how I plan on painting all this. I'm going to do the mule over there the same kind of way, back and forth like that. And if you want a really super dark, get rid of any of the light. Come to kind of a clean place on your palette, or at least a dry place. Take your dark purple and your blue, your red violet, your blue, a little bit of burnt sienna into it, and that'll give you your darkest dark colors there. So we'll use that. Let's use some of that lost edge. I'm going to put a lost edge back in there, but in other words, I'm going to blur the back edge of the rump of the horse up against the grasses that I end up putting in there. Till I do that, let's just put a little bit of the green and yellow grasses in here. I'll show you, because that's going to cause the receding edge. So I'm an edge painter. More than anything else now, I'm an edge painter. So let me show you. So if I put this grass in here, see, it's going to be light and dark. And if I come in here really precise like this, and I put this edge in like that, you're going to see that edge really crystal clear. So what we're going to do is blur in and run those two together so you don't see a specific perfect edge. So, and this is what a lot of our art artists will just take it and blur it in a little bit, or completely blur the edge, and that recedes that edge. And then when we have these real fine, light edges up here in the front, especially towards the end here, as I will come in and specifically paint edges. Here's a light little edge, but I might come in here and specifically paint this edge light, kind of light and warm right here on the horse. Let's grab a little bit more warm in that. So you get that kind of shimmery color there, light and warm there on that horse. This edge will be more precise and perfect, and it will pull forward there. So I want to put a little more sienna with that here. There we go. Ooh, that's pretty. That's kind of a neat little technique. Let's get that real light. And you'll see this, especially like in horses and stuff that are backlit. The light's on the other side. The artist comes in and really gives a nice splash of light right there. That's where his neck is coming up in here. We could, because I can see on that neck, a little splash of that light there. And so we'll just set that light in. I like that right there. Maybe, and I don't see it on the sample, but I would imagine you could hit a little bit right there. A little bit on his nostril. And that's what I do. This is what I'm going to do. I see a grayed light, a little more grayed light back down through here. And here we go, down like that. That looks pretty good here. Yes, that looks pretty good. Let's and I'll start looking for other little areas, a little bit of that dark right down there. Push that star back just a bit. So that's all looking pretty good. We can put the stirrups in and all that kind of stuff, which is what I'll do here. But what I'm doing here, working light and dark, I'll show a few things of it. I'm going to go over and paint that mule, and then I'll paint the packs there the same way. It's just painting light and dark, just like we did here. I'll probably use some of these same kind of colors there and into here, and I might end up coming back just one more time through my guy here, lighten him up just one more. Yeah, I'm going to. I'm going to come back one more time through the guy here and lighten up just a few areas, just a little bit more here, so he gets that nice light dark on him there. So I'll lighten him up a bit, then we'll come back and work some more of the trees and rocks and stuff like that, okay? So lightening that all up, all right? Okay, we'll keep going. Hi everyone, welcome back. Well, okay, so I painted on that for a little bit, then had to take the night off, and then things happened, and I had to take yesterday off as well. So now I'm back to it. I came back into it this morning and just did a little bit more on, added some more light and stuff onto the mule here, a little bit more onto the lights and stuff onto the packs. I started to add some more lights and darks into the rocks. Now, I've painted a lot of rocks in a lot of these westerns, and so there's some really detailed ones. There's one that is called Almost There, and if you just put that into the search and go get it, you'll see some beautiful rocks that I took a lot of time and did a lot of detailed instructions on. I'm going to show you here some more, but basically it's a light and a shadow, and then a receding plane, and then broken color. And you always put broken color in. So if it's kind of a brownish rock, put some bluish kind of color in on the shadow side, but they keep about the same value. So those blues and browns are about the same value in each of the planes. And that's how you start to break them up. And I could do a lot more, but I love to paint rocks now, but I got to keep reminding myself it's about the horseman here. So I got to keep that going there. And I might want to put a little more light right up in there. But overall, I like it. And then I went out to go find some more rocks, and I started looking at this one. I found this photo out. You can go out and Google and get all kinds of just really neat things. And so I could lighten them all up, but I'm going to find the ground. But then I got to thinking, ooh, I like how this kind of juts out. Maybe jut out a little bit more so it's kind of a narrow. So it's not just I like the undulating pathway of them there. So I think I'll do that. So let's do that real quick. I'll take, here's my number 8, and I'll take some of my white, some of my beige, a little blue, a little burnt sienna. These are colors I like to use on the rocks here. And let's just jut this, let's put another one coming out, 1 or 2, coming out right in here, a little bit more. So the path kind of narrows down, right? And let's grab some burnt sienna and blue here. Make this a little darker here, and maybe drop in a shadow plane there for this rock. Maybe 1 or 2 rocks here. Just a little different here. And it's what I always try to do is, I'm looking at that, like I said at the very beginning, here comes the light plane. And, we'll take these compositions and, we'll add to them. And, once you finish one area, that'll dictate what you maybe might want to do in another area there. So let's put in some more receding plane, maybe a little bit of the burnt sienna in there. So I got the light plane, a receding plane here, the shadow plane right in here, and we'll put this in just a little different color. I like that. And I don't want to give it like too much interest in there, but that, you could break it up with some broken color. I put some blues and some other colors in there, but that's kind of neat. Might be, and you look at some of your photos for some ideas, reference photos, ideas of some angles. Let's put this a little warmer, a little different color here. So a little bit more of a burnt sienna into that, and slightly different angle on it, so it will look not quite as not quite as a carbon copy of that other one. Try to bring it. Let's put a little more blue and stuff into this one here, into that rock, and maybe a little bit more blue yet. So I'll vary those tones. I love the blues. You could use blues and violets like I did in Almost There. Sometimes a little bit of green and stuff into them. That's kind of nice. Put some of those colors into those rocks there. So that's kind of neat. Now, so I want to I want to get some of this ground in here. So what is, it's trying to decide what am I going to do with the ground, and then we have to go back up into the trees. And lo and behold, I was like with this one right here, I found this, and I love the kind of bushes and the dirt and the path that's here. So I think that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to start out with some medium beige, little blue, and a little burnt sienna here. But some medium beige is going to be my main key. I'm going to add some extender to this. This is my big brush here now. And I'll use this first right back here. And I will go tap along some horizontal here. I'm going to lighten that back up, but I want to get some of that right down in here. And I might have to switch over to my big brush here. Let's get this a little lighter. Remember, we got to get atmospheric. What's the big key is it's got to get atmospheric as it goes back here. And we'll tap, and this will really help. A little bit of light color really will help. Medium beige and light. Sometimes a little bit of blue will really help this mule come forward here as well. But we're going to get some greens and some other colors in here. So, so we'll go through this rock, go right up, drag it up to the edges of the rocks that I've painted in here, so that you get an undulating edge. You don't want a solid edge, you want an undulating edge. In other words, running back and forth like that. It's very easy to get a straight edge back in there, and we don't want that. So here we'll push this in like that. Get some of this dirt in, the feeling of this dirt going back here, right? A little bit back here, push that tree back, edge back there just a bit. Maybe bring that back out, not quite sure here, but let's undulate this right up in here. Push this rock back up a bit. This rock can come out. See, you can control the way the rocks look. And I like those edges like that. Okay, so let's get a little bit more, and we'll get, now we're going to have to really get our darks, because we still have to put down here into the front, we still have to put all of our cast shadows and stuff in there. So let me go over and get my other brush, which let's grab like this 1 inch, a 3/4 inch. Let's do my 3/4 inch here. Grab some medium beige, some of this blue, and this burnt sienna, blue, medium beige, some extender into this. Let's get some of this going right up here in front and right up by the edges of the horse's hooves. I'm going to put bushes and stuff like that in here. But remember, we in good paintings, we have a lot of light and dark up front, which pulls your eye to the front, and then it becomes more atmospheric as it goes to the back, right? More atmospheric. So that burnt sienna and blue become very important up here. This is what, and we need it up in here anyway for this cast shadow. Light's coming this way, so shadow is going to cast this way, this cast shadow from, and it's going to run right into our mule right there. And so always think, but don't forget those things of cast shadows and stuff like that. And see, I love that modeling, that color coming off of that here. And we'll go right up to his, sometimes I'll just go paint right up into their legs and put their legs right back up on top. I don't paint around too often, because then it just looks like you paint around. So we'll drop this rock edge right there. Bring that right here. Now let's also toss in a little medium beige. Get that browns going here. Some of that right up in here. We're going to get some bushes and some greens and stuff going as well. A little more color going back here. Light and dark. We'll get the lights back in just a minute. Okay, so I want to get that light back in there. Maybe a little yellow into that. Give us a little bit different kind of gray here. Remember, we're doing, and you've seen me before do this, like when I do prairie and everything else. I'll use my knife. The knife works really well. We might use the knife right up here in the front just to get you using that. But so we'll have this cast shadow. We'll have this here, down in there. Get some of this nice, and concentrate on variation. So we don't want to, you know, sometimes I'll just model the brush around like this, just like this. We want this variation in there, this back and forth, right? So a little bit of this right up to the smaller. I did some smaller rocks right there. I like those. There we go. Now, so the cast shadow's coming out this way, so we could take some of this beige and white, maybe a touch of yellow here, and go a little bit more to the front side here, and let that, just model some of that through. Let that cast shadow the front, because the shadow's kind of in the back. This is usually where, because I don't like it too smooth, this is usually where I take and I push my knife around like this, and I get all of those colors going around in there, because I don't, when I'm up here in the front, I don't like it too smooth. Got a little bit of blue there, you just let that happen. But I like this kind of broken look to it. And it's a good way to kind of clean up your palette sometimes. Just break that up like that. Get that dirt going in there. Let's get a little more burnt sienna and blue right up in here. And just get some of that. We'll put some bushes and stuff like that, but you can see how it kind of unifies the painting here. And so I'll get rid of all of those little light holidays there. Little areas of non-color here. Wiggle that through a bit. Right up there. That's pretty good. We'll build some more color here, but let's get this a little bit more atmospheric back up here. Coming back through. Broken color. Here's some of this light coming through. That little path back there. Maybe you know, it's dangerous to use a knife back there, so let's try it. You know, you just don't want that much interest back there, but I do love the knife. I do love what the knife adds, right? So I love that movement, that broken movement the knife adds. Now, as we go in, and we're going to, let's go to a smaller brush here and put just a few touches of that in and around my rocks as we take out some of these edges of these rocks. So it undulates, right? That's what I like. It's that undulation edge, that undulating edge. Maybe pull down just a bit so it slopes just a bit there, like that. Okay, now we're going to add some grasses and stuff. And I think I might, though, before I do that, I think I might take my 3/4 inch brush. Let's go in and let's get some of that dark. I do like some of that other dark there. And before I even do that, let me take some of this burnt sienna and this blue and a little a bit of our violet, and get a really nice deep cast shadow up front here. This cast shadow right up front here really kind of tells me how dark I can get that back there, because this is the cast shadow up here, and through the darks of the horse is some of the darkest that I want in the painting here. So we'll just undulate a cast shadow here like that. That might be a little too high, but that's okay. A little more dark, a little bit of violet, really dark cast shadow up here, and right up in here, a little more blue, right up in here. Yeah, that's good. That's a good kind of a cast shadow there. Almost the darkness of the horses and the mule here, those shadows. And that really pulls the viewer's eye up here to the front, which is what I want. It doesn't have to be perfect quite yet. We're going to put bushes in and all that kind of stuff. I'm looking at the color mostly that's anchoring. Now let's just take some of that. We'll push it here onto the sides of these rocks. Okay, now I could go do that over there, but that might be just too much of a line. So let's not do that. But I think this light needs to come down here a little bit here, because I got that cast shadow a little low here. So we'll push some more light right up here. Yeah, and I love that undulation. So a little bit of that through right in there. Yeah, that's a nice look to a cast shadow there. See how it anchors the rider and the horse and rider down to the ground? That's what we're looking for. Okay, so now let's get some of our yellows, a little bit of our green, burnt siennas. And before I go back there and push that back through there, let's just, we have this kind of broken up, the little bit of the bushes and stuff like that that are in here. So we're going to do ground and some little green bushes and stuff like that. Little light here, little green, little yellow, burnt sienna here. And just give some color here. And we'll do all kinds of other stuff there, but I want to get this uneven. A lot of Western painters will just very simply put colors like this in and just simply suggest, grass and bushes and stuff like that. Sometimes just nice little verticals, like we do to suggest the prairie, right? But, I'm just going to keep it all very simple. I like that, and I'm going to build up on top of this after I fix his poor little skinny foot now. But we'll put a bit of this green, just broken. So a little bit of green and burnt sienna breaking up some of the browns here. We'll make it just look like bushes and grasses and all that kind of stuff. And we'll do some more up in there as well here. But that's a real good start. We could put a bit in up here in the front. Let's take a bit of green, a bit of the yellow, and a bit of the white. Model this through right up here, right? And just add a few more little touches. This is where I'm going to go with it. Some of these greens, beautiful greens and burnt siennas. And, we might do a few little verticals to make some of the grasses. But I'm going to, so we can, grasses always look good when you pull them up in front of a cast shadow like this. So we'll add some of this around, and I'm going to put in some more smaller little rocks and stuff. This is just the first little bit here. So we'll add some of this. You can see some of the colors, though, that we're going to bring right up here into the front. It's coming down. I want to capture a little bit of the snow here and there, but some of these fall colors and stuff are going to be good too. So we'll get a bit of that in. Well, not into the pack there. I'm going to have to bring that pack back out. It blends too much. And that's one of the other things. So let me tell you about this. So when I was painting that and I added these other rocks, I raised this rock up so that the horse's face was painted against the rock, and that really pulled him out. Now I can darken back in through here, and I brought a rock right down through his arm here instead of having that dark. So I brought a rock like it's coming right back behind him there like that, and I like that a lot better. So that's the wonderful thing about not copying something, doing your own thing. You can just turn around it and make your own kind of story in there. And that's what I'm going to do. So that's my darkest color I'm going in there. I'm going to take a little burnt sienna and a little green, some extender. I don't want to go that dark. So I'll lighten this just a bit, and I'm going to use this right back in here. Let's get a little bit of green into that, right? And I can go almost as dark, but I don't want to go as dark, really. I can go pretty darn close to it. I'm going to push some of the shadow back there, maybe just a touch of this. I could use this more transparent back here too, so let's push some of this in a little more transparent. This will be the edges of those trees and stuff, the shadow side. This is the statement of the shadows here. So, and you know, with a landscape, because we're painting the landscape part of the painting now, with a landscape, the shadows dictate the position, because your background is your sky. So I'm constantly watching my shadows here to make sure that my shadows are in good shape. That's what I always do. So let's take a little bit of that right back here to set up this little tree, right back here to set up this one. This is just my 3/4 inch brush. I love the casual nature of it. And I can set up any kind of, let's set a little dark right here that will bring this, it'll bring this rock forward here. Set the depth, and we can start playing now. Let's take a little light, little blue. We can start playing now, bringing some of those forward there, right in front of that. That's a little too warm. Needs a little blue, a little burnt sienna here. A little too warm. Let's get that bluish gray in there. A little purpley bluish gray there. That's good. This rock I'm going to bring up some more. A bit of those other colors right in there. So that starts that up there, right? So now let's come in and we'll pick up some light. We'll set some light, and actually we'll set some light and some medium colors here into those pine trees a little bit. Now, I don't want to go really, really bright green, so I'm going to keep some burnt sienna in it here. And we'll set this up. I can go a little bit darker, I can see. But we're going to set up some mid-tone. This is going to be mid-tone of those trees right in there, okay? Mid-tone. Then I may come back and set some more dark tone in. Loosen those edges up. Loosen those edges up. Just tap and twist and turn your brushes. You don't want to have anything perfect. We want these just casual. We have that real atmospheric, you know, real thin color we put on earlier, right? Now let's get, so we have this dark to look at. We can put a little blue with some of that. Go a little bit darker right down in here. And model it up a bit. Think shadows, see, I'll just tap through and model this color. This is what I call model. So you're picking up the color here. You're not doing solid areas of it. So this one here. And I've totally wiped out the front edge of this other tree, and that's okay. I'll bring it back here. So, and sometimes when I want those really soft, I will wipe these with the paper towel. I'm going to put this one up, right up here, right up to this tree, right up there. And get some of that one back. I look for the undulation and the unevenness. That's what I want to have. An undulation and unevenness. And soft. I don't want to make these like really opened up high mountain pines, you know, that have a lot of sky holes. Not too many sky holes, because that will drive all the interest back there instead of to the front of the horseman here. So we want to keep the horseman here. But you can, you know, if you get too much, and just to show you here, you can take your sky here, a little bit more blue. Doesn't even have to be perfect. But you can take your sky back in and soften some of these edges. And this is one thing I like to do, if I'm, you know, painting, and especially back here with these trees, I like to paint some of their edges back soft and lost again. So I just add some of this back in there. So remember, we're painters, we're artists of edges. We want to preserve our edges more than anything else. So let's just soften some of that out. Right up there, that's kind of neat. Softens those trees out. Soften some, get a little more blue. Just a touch more blue. Some extender into this. Doesn't have to be exactly the same sky color that you had before. Don't spend your time, just get it a nice light blue. We were up into the 7s, you know, 5, 7s. And right there, I took out too much of one side, so I'll go back and just add some of that right back into that again. So see, you can paint back and forth, which is kind of neat. You can paint back and forth till you get the tree exactly the way that you like it, right? So, which is fun. Get a little more dark here. Just little edges here off both sides there. That's kind of neat. And here a little bit. Always watching that the front of my design here. So I don't like to get them too pyramid-y. But see, like this high mountain pine that's right here, you can see how open it is. Well, a tree that's like that is really going to distract from this guy. So I'm going to fill him up a little bit more here. You know, fill up, even if it's more trees, add more trees in there so it's more solid. It doesn't, you know, doesn't detract too much from this guy. Now we'll go back yellow, pine green, some white, right? Model this through. We'll pick out the light side of this here. And maybe a bit of burnt sienna in that to keep it toned down. And you can, you know, put some of this on. It's going to dry down. It looks a little light, but it's going to dry down. I know it's going to. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. And don't make the world's best trees back here. We can't. We're way, way out of our center of interest, which is our guy up here. So we don't want to do that. We can revisit some pine green, maybe a little burnt sienna here. Revisit some of that and some of this. Get some of those fall colors in there too. Snow's coming. He's coming out of the mountains. Yeah, he's like me. We don't want to be too cold. So let's just visit some of this again. And so you can take some of that yellow out. Add a few little other lights, little edges there. Well, I'm going to put that bigger tree up front here still. A little bit of blue, a little bit darker. But I'm using extender. You could use open medium with this. I'm using just extender right now. Here. There, I really like that. That shadow right in there. A little heavier. Maybe some verticals in there too. Right in there. I want that pathway there though, right to the back. Coming through that area. Right, and we're going to break that with a bit of the rock here. So, just right there. But you can see it kind of compresses and goes back, and that's what's going to make it look like it's going back away from there. Now, I'm going to go darker yet. Just a little bit of blue, pine green, burnt sienna, a little bit more of that blue right up here. And we're going to add some like darker edges of a tree right here. right to the edges, right up there like that. A little bit of it coming through. Right up here. Right like that. Now you can also take some burnt sienna. It's good to do this every once in a while and give the indication. I do this quite a few of, I paint trees all different kinds of ways depending upon their position within the composition. So back trees like this, I don't normally do this, but take like the edge of your knife and some burnt sienna and set in the idea here of the tree trunk here. And let's get this a little higher right up here. Roll that knife over a bit like that, get that edge. Sometimes I'll use the brush, but a lot of times I use the edge, and I can use the brush and tap in and clean it up or widen it out a bit. I've got just a little, there, I had just a little ridge of paint on that that's stopping me from going a little higher. There we go. And a little bit higher. We'll take this a little bit higher. This one, right down like that. This one, we'll put it in here, and then sometimes I'll scratch a light color too through, just to give some more interest in it. But let's take some green, some light green, dark green here, and just tap across that now. And you can create, now I've got that just a little heavy, so I could take some blue if it's really dry, or just water and take some of that paint off. See? Don't always forget that water is your solvent, and you can take it off. And take it off before you paint some blue back in there, because that'll make it easier to get that blue in there. Right? So just push that in. A little lighter, Dave. Get a little bit lighter. There we go. Tap that in. Gives that nice broken edge. And if you like a Carl Rungus, he would leave some of those older broken ones like that, he does it in his wildlife landscapes. I just love that. So here, like, this is slightly different color. It's not quite so green. Little different color in that one. And just because we're leaving some more of that other color, we can put a touch more green here, maybe right up into some of this here. Take out a bit of that. But see, that's just a real pretty and nice and interesting tree here. A little bit of that right out here, right out there. A little bit more right up in here. There we go. Just right up across, and that will sink in some of the pine tree in there. Some of the trunk of that tree goes in there a bit. There we go. Just kind of neat. Right? And then I'll go even lighter. Some more green, some light. I got that squeak in my chair again. I've oiled this like 20 times. Maybe you guys ought to put in the comment, Martha, get David a new chair. But I'll put this lighter color right out here, which will start to bring this tree forward here. Just real casual. That's what I want, that real casual look, because this casual bit here like this is really going to bring it forward. All of this undulation of color and stuff here. So edges, right? It's edges, guys. It's edges. I'm always looking at edges. So I keep the edges kind of soft, but here I'll pull these edges a little bit more, and that's going to bring this tree farther forward right here. Does that make sense? Right up along, and then I'm going to bring this path. I'll paint that path right up between it here, or right into it a bit here. A little softer right up here. Soften that out a bit. Now let's go back with our medium beige and white, and you put that idea of that path right here, right up, right around it, right up through it, right there like that, coming a little bit more light, maybe just a touch of yellow with that, a little bit more light right here, that path, there in the rocks. There we go. I'll fix that rock a bit, but that's like a path, a hill back there. We'll soften that out. You see a little bit of it, so it's kind of going, and I want that. I love a visual journey, so I'm going to make sure I have a nice little visual right there that you go right around the corner. And sometimes I'll bring that dark tree up a little bit, and that'll make you go right around that corner. So he came from around that corner, right down through here, right down through here, and right down through here, and right on down. He's going to walk right on down, and we'll start picking up some greens and yellows and a little bit of grasses here, just a bit. We'll start up in some of this. We'll start some of that coming. Just the ideas of it. Yep. Maybe a little more dark. As I get more dark up here, we can add some more dark up into there. But I'll do that. But I'm going to start adding some more stuff right into here. First, I'm going to fix that pack a little. I used some beige and some blue, and I'm going to bring this. That's a little too light, but we'll use some beige, blue, medium beige, blue. Too much blue. You can kill it real quick with red, which will kill it real quick, or tone it down really quick. But I want to get a little bit of light with that. Fix this up against that edge here. Of the mule here, some of that. And we got to add all of that, all of this interest. We'll start some of the grasses. So I'm going to break up and start adding all of this interest in here, all the grasses. And then I'll come back, after you get some of this on, you have to come back and revisit your rocks, sometimes lightening them and darkening them and stuff like that. We'll get that. And I'll fix up some of the horses, the legs here onto the horse. We'll get this back up a little bit wider again onto the horse. Get his legs, his knees here, legs. We'll come in and fix those all up. Look back at, as you start to add the grasses in here back and forth, start fixing your edges and stuff. But I'm going to be using that. You've seen me add prairie grass a lot. Sometimes I might add some back with this. I love this brush. These are just the quick little brushes you get. They're China brushes, basically, bristle brushes, and you can use those to add little grasses, which I might add right up and through here. I don't want to add any of that back up in there, not at all. But I can see as I'm putting this in, I might want a few more lighter rocks, and then we have to really paint this rock up here. I love the interest of it. It's got to have some more detail and stuff to it, so we'll do that. But first I'm going to come through, and I'm just going to take some time, and I'm going to add all of the grasses, and also come back, fix up my horse's legs, and into the grasses like that, and work those colors in there, okay? Maybe now that I have this, I can fix up some. So I'll start to fix up and work some of the areas here. We'll work his knee here again. When they have the chaps and stuff, they get a light, usually hits them on the knee. So I'll work that again, softer, and hit that knee. So just little things to hit and fix, and lights. Watch your lights traveling, so we hit that light. where the light hits, and then little medium beige and light. Back here, we looked at that. I like that angle of that pack. That picks up a bit of that light right there. But lighter on the, where's your light? Always, where's your light? Lighter on this side. So the pack, whatever you want, if you want to add something, make sure it's lighter on this side, more shadowed over there. Up by the top, you could get away with adding a bit more extra light up here by the top because it's up where the light might hit it, you know, but always think your light source, always your light source, right? So I'll add a little more light there. So I'll show you a few minutes here. I'm just going to work some grasses, maybe one more time through my rocks right through here, some of the light through it, fix up his legs, then we'll come back and, you know, fix up this a little bit too. Blur some of that out. Boy, that blur just looks so nice, just blurring up those edges there. I just love that, just being able to touch that. Fix up some of the edges of my rocks and stuff so I get my nice path right up here a little bit more. And I'll show you a few videos of it, then we'll come back. We'll start adding some of the final colors and some of the rains and stuff like that through it, okay? But just working through, pick out your lights. So let me just show you this. So how do you know how light to go? Well, I want the viewer right in here. Here's your light and dark. The most forward object in your painting for this one will have the most light and dark. So I will, when I finally come in here to this one, this rock right here will set the most depth. So I'll give it a good edge here and light, and it will set the depth for the rest of the painting. So as I go through, I may use a little bit of that light in some of the other rocks right in through here. And then I'm going to slowly, atmospheric, it's slowly going to, I'll use less and less and less as I go back. I don't want to put that much light back there, but I'll have a version of it, a little blue and a little color here. So I always watch it. So here's maybe the front rock, here may be the back rock back here, and maybe just a touch more light. Also, the thing is how much do you put in it? Yeah, that's a good amount right there. Let's just hit that edge just a bit right there to say there's that back rock fading away back there. See? Don't want to bring it too far forward. We don't want to use these all the same color, but we want to get some of the interest in there. Does that make sense? Maybe a little bit of blue, not quite as light as that front. And we may end up lighting up the front just a little bit more. I love this blue. We may use some of that blue right up in here onto this rock as the broken color. Increase that, but you can see how it starts to track it, okay? So I'll get some lighter colors, light and dark. You see me do this with prairie. I'll just work some colors, work some horizontals in there, and some grasses and stuff. And I like how that's coming back in there now. And then to really bring this area forward, then we'll come put some details on, okay? I'll show you a few videos along the way. Let's get at it. Hi everyone, welcome back. Okay, so I added quite a bit more light in here and then pushed in some darks. I lightened up and worked these rocks. I thought they were like too big, so kind of taken away from the rider a little bit, so I smalled them down just a bit. I do want to, come through here and add some of the details and see just what that does. But yeah, and then I warmed a little bit of here, took a little bit of that green right back into there too, kind of moving that color around. Do I need to lighten up those rocks and stuff again? Well, we'll wait towards the end of the painting. But until that time, I want to add some more details here and just see what that does to the painting. So I'll come up here and add this saddle strap here, which is a burnt sienna. It's mostly like a burnt sienna and a yellow here, and I'm all over the place here with my colors. A little bit of white. Let's just lighten that up. We're just going to paint this light and shadow, that's all. And it's going to come right around his neck here. So you've seen me paint these before. It actually attaches into the saddle right in here, and then it goes into the O-ring right there. And so we'll just bring that around here, and then down around his chest, and there's a buckle and stuff like that you can put in there. And you can I'm just going to use a little bit of white and some of this gray here. Put the circle around. I'll clean this all up. I'm just gonna put some of this stuff in first, though, just casual. I like the casualness to it. So then the shadow. So I'll take some burnt sienna and blue, and just come back here into the back and just push a simple shadow, light and shadow. And boy, on that front one there, he's got. On this side over here, it's really kind of fun. He's got a shadow here. Now, and you can put a contact shadow on the horse itself. You've seen me do that in other paintings. I'm just going to shadow back down here. Just pull some shadow right up over that there. So it just puts in some light and shadow. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you see me before putting contact shadow, so a darker shadow right there where it would touch on him. A little bit of the light right there, and I touched into him, so I'll just take a bit of dark and just back paint out some of that circle that's right there. So he gets there, and you can tap in shines and tap in buckles, or just give the impressions of them. It would come right up into the, matter of fact, let me increase this saddle. Mine comes right up, right down in here. This saddle's going to come down there like that. And when I paint like this, I just give the impressions of something that's attaching there. I don't do a whole bunch of detail on there. So just, like the impressions of something going up in there. We can take a little bit of our yellow and burnt sienna and give this a bit of the top of that saddle there up to the tree here and down here. There we go. A little bit of shadow, burnt sienna and the blue. Simple lines. I just like to keep everything as simple as possible. Light and shadow, simple lines. And so we got that. You can also do it with a round. I like to use the edge of a small flat, or better yet, a filbert, but I don't have, my filbert doesn't have quite enough of an edge to it, so I'll just use this little flat. But we can use this lighter gray is what this guy's showing with his bridle and stuff here, and so we can do something like that. That looks kind of neat. That lighter gray kind of color here. So we'll just mix up some blue, some burnt sienna, maybe a little beige into that. We'll get a lighter gray here, and again, we'll go pretty simplistic here. Right down. And a little bit more light here. Let's just, well, this is actually in shadow, so, but we'll come down. First, let's put in the part, it looks like it's like a curb bit, so we'll put in that part there. Down, there'll be a buckle, and this comes down here onto that side there. And we're going to put the curvature here of, boy, that was interesting. I was just putting on that bridle and stuff there, and all the power went off. So going back, now we're back. So I'll continue on with that. I think I'm just going to go ahead and jump over to my round. I don't like to paint. It's just that one brush I have is not really good enough for this little bit of detail. But we're going to put the reins right up here. We're going to drop a bit of his curb bit down here like this. We'll put the reins just in a kind of big circle there and coming off to the other side up over here. Just the idea of it. And with mine, there's a little chain that joins it together right underneath there. But I'm going to add just a little bit of light and shadow here. And again, just very casual. Maybe a little idea of a buckle right there. A little bit of light and shadow here. Very, sometimes I've showed you before, I've done that with the edge of depends on the size, but I've done it with the edge of a palette knife, or painting knife as well. So all different kinds of ways you can do it. I just want to give some simplistic ideas for that here. And take a little beige, a little white. See if I can bring this up a little lighter right there by his hand. Right there. That's pretty good. And he's in the reference photo, he's riding with that all the way back down through his other hand, and also the so he's dropped it right back down through the reins like that, and we put it a little higher right up there. That's pretty good. I think I'm going to add just little shines here and there, just little bits here, right through there like that. That's pretty good. And usually there's a little buckle right down here. You could drop, he's big enough, you could drop some ideas of that in there if you want. Again, just very simplistic. I keep it very understated. Now let's so that pretty much does his right there. In the on the guy we have over here, he has a big rope here to the side, and the question is, do I put that rope? Let's just try it. Let's see. We'll take the tan, some yellow, some burnt sienna, some white, but the medium beige, and you just make those kind of big looping circles. We've done this before. So it's going to have a leather tie right here, and so we just make some ideas of the big looping circles there. And I want this, and I'll smear it out a little bit as I'm doing that. Don't get your paint too wet. It makes it too perfect. I like this kind of granulation here with this. So I'm just going to loop this out a little bit more, longer, bigger, out like that. We'll add some more white to it, a little yellow, a little white, and right where there would maybe a little bit more light hitting it right down here, right like that. Okay, just kind of fun. A few little loops of it right down here. Open it up a bit. A few little lights right up there. Right up through here. There. Just an idea of it. And a little tie right here if you want to have that onto the... You want to get specific about it. There's a little... And again, just suggest it. That's all. Just suggest it. So we suggest the rope, suggest that right there. You could get it more precise if you want, but you know, remember this. I mean, I'm painting this entire thing impressionistic, so you know, lost edges and stuff like that. And you go swirling around and make something really perfect. You take away from his face, and we don't want to do that, right? No, we don't. So I'm going to go back to my little number 4 here, flat. I'll take some beige in this, and let's just give some suggestions here of for all the strap is and everything, the workings for this the pack horse here, or mule. A little lighter over onto this side. There we go. And sometimes they have, like I say, they have a strap that comes down here, but this particular one does not. And like I say, I got this reference photo from Adobe stock, and this rider and this mule were together, except for he was on a different horse. There's a couple of guys with it. He was on a different horse, and I decided to move him over to this horse. And whoops, I'm following that light there. Take that, oh boy, that looks kind of neat. Take that light off of that and put that right over here. A little bit more of that light right over here. And sometimes adding the structure, you see me, I use my brush kind of flat. I get these broken lines. I've done that on other ones. I like that a lot. I'm going to add a bit of more touches here, just to that top. We can take maybe some medium beige, maybe a little bit of our gray here. Gray is always the blue and the burnt sienna, and a little bit of our medium beige, some of this light, but kind of gray. Let's just give the idea here of some of the structure of the pack here, the harness or the tree of the pack here. Just the idea of it, just a couple lines here, and there's straps, there's all kinds of straps and other things hanging down here. I mean, we can put all of those in, but that's all up to you. I'm going to put a little more dark, just give the suggestions of some of this stuff here. And we can see here, I mean, the saddle is positioned here, so we can put the girth strap in, and we'll put an idea of one there, an idea, saddle, girth strap here, just idea of it right there. There, like that. Soft. But anything else, you know, any of these others, you know, you want to put in there, you can. Ideas of a few little straps coming down there. That's kind of neat. And broken lines, I like to break the lines, and just works pretty good. I'm going to go back to my round when I put in the harness here, the halter. He has kind of a greenish one. I just started to mix that too. I'm going to go to the grays here, to a lighter gray, in keeping with what he has already. But let's put the halter up and around. You know, broken lines. You don't have to be perfect. Blur it a little bit, and down the side here a bit. Again, suggestive. I don't like to be perfect, precise. Here, down the sides, here. There we go. And it should come up and around him, maybe cross right up here. We can give it a little broken line, like his hair sitting across it a bit, maybe a buckle or two, a little more light idea for a buckle or two. Let's put the idea, this is a rope harness, so it's tied right there, but I'm going to put a buckle because I can't. So I'm just decorating, that's all, just decorating. And I'm going to give, so he's pulling this right up here, right up to his hand, right there. And add a little more light to that little bit right there. Sometimes I'd let that, matter of fact, maybe I will. That's pulled kind of tight. I never like to ride mine tight like that, so I'm going to drop this down. We're going to be a little more gentle on him. Let's drop this down. There, like that. So it'll come down, and we'll leave a little bit of a loop right there. There we go. That's how I did that other pack horse, and almost there. A little bit of light shine. There we go. That's kind of neat. I like those little details. There we go. Just a little bit of light. Just, you just have to tap around a little bit some of this lighter color to give the impressions. It'll give the impressions of buckles and other little things and straps, and I'm not gonna put in all the super details of it, but that'll get that enough, I think. And this foot forgot his little headband up there. Here, put this a little wider, right there. That's pretty good. It would show up a bit maybe on that side for the for the neck of the horse. Yeah, so now it's down to just how much lighter do you want to make him? Do you like your lights through it? One of the things when you get down to this, and I've been, so I painted on it for an afternoon and then took a day off and came back to it. Your eye reads the colors a little bit different sometimes when that happens, and so like through here everything starts to look a little darker, and so what I'm going to do before I make my final decisions, and it's a good thing that happens to you sometimes. So that's why I like to paint a la primer, go right through and film everything. But sometimes you get these breaks, and when that happens, I will usually let this dry up, give it a coat of extender. When you give it a coat of extender, it wakes up the painting. It shows you what the painting's going to be like when you varnish it. And, look at it the next day and decide, do you need to do a few more things? I try not to do big things. I try to only do little things. And I'm just going to put a little more light right here, even with this flat. So just a little more light right there. But I try to do little things, not big things. And because you're away from it for a little bit, you know what I mean? So you don't want to get too much in it. But I like it right here. I'm going to decide, though, do I need a little more light going through the composition here? Do I want to put a bit more light in some of these forward rocks? And just to show you, you know, it's a personal choice here. You know, do I need? So that's that warm. That's a little bit warmer, and it's a good halftone. But it's, a good broken color. I'll cool that just a bit. Let's just see. See, when you put a bit more of the light, and that will dry down, that's pulled just a little bit further forward. So I put little gray touches there for his hooves and stuff, so that works. I might hit a little bit more light, like right up in here, you know, now that you have the, all of the structure, basically, for his writing. We could take some yellow, some burnt sienna, some white, maybe hit this little bit of the light right on him right here. You know, so you have to decide, do you want some more of those lights coming down on him, right where that's going to be. And then, and then we still have to, or we should put on just the idea of the stirrup and his boot and stuff here. So his boot would come out a little bit out of the stirrup, right down through here. So we have that to do, and that's just a simple thing here. Little simplistic thing. Bit of the bottom of his heel, you see. So I'll make that a little bit grayer here. And then the idea of his boot, and then the stirrup. We've done that before together several times. But here, push that in. A little gray. Bottom of his heel is a little bit gray, so push some of that. Just again, it's a more of a suggestion of everything, and because this is nowhere near the center of interest, so we'll just drop the idea here of his. You know, I used to, when I started this, you know, when I started painting westerns, boy, I'd be in there and try to get it absolutely perfect. And now it's like, no, I just need to have this line, basically, that says stirrup here. It's going to be right across the back there. His boot's going to come right through there. That is going to see basically the stirrup here. And sometimes I've done those with gray colors for metal, and sometimes I've done them with the more of a tan colored for wood, and I have both on mine here. Maybe a bit of the saddle color, because the stirrup gets anchored to the saddle with a little loop of leather right there. Yeah. And sometimes I'll just take a little dark, so some of our blue and burnt sienna, some of our dark color here, and just do some simple, almost outlining of it, and call it that, and call that enough as well. So you don't need to do that much, just to say you did it. Now I might put a little shine or something on there, but I'm not going to go into great detail on these at all here. But you can if you want. There's the edge of his boot. There. There, like that. Up to you, but that's just a lot of fun. So maybe a little bit more of a light color here and there, just to bring that stirrup up a bit more. And then I'm going to pretty much call it. I'll set it aside and see if I like that, see if I want to do anything more. But no, I think that's pretty much, I might just come through add little marks of color. So you can go through. Now I came through and added some of the blues and stuff to it. So take some of the blue violets, some of the mountain colors and stuff that I did, some blue and some violet. I love to do that. I started that, learning this from other Western painters. So I came through and touched the horse in a few areas. There's some of the mule that you might want to touch. If it's too bright for you, add just a touch of the burnt sienna, which will gray it down a bit. But I added a few little touches here and there. Just brings everything together. And this can also be used lightly on some of your rocks. You'll add some of that through. But yeah, just we're there. We have a lot of fun with that. So hope you enjoyed it. I had a good time with you on this. We did it as one big long one. Couple of filming errors here and there. But just putting a little bit of warmer color of the burnt sienna in some of that there. Here we go. Just to get some of that color back in there. But anyway, fun stuff. Fun Western there. So I'll look at it, decide if I need more light through it and everything like that. But overall, it's pretty much done, I think. You could add smaller rocks in here and stuff, break this down, make it more of the ground like I showed you there earlier and some of this, put in some ground and some smaller rocks. But I started putting in some of the grasses, and I liked some of the vertical lifting of this because it lifts your eye back up through there. So anyway, there you go. Hope you enjoyed it. I had a good time. And if you like the Westerns and you want to see more of them, don't forget to click like on that video and leave us a comment. That really helps. If we don't get enough on there, then I don't film that many Westerns. Okay, it's just that simple. So if you like them, you want to see some more, you want to try some other compositions with them and stuff, make sure you click like on it, leave us a comment and stuff, and that helps with the videos, okay? And don't forget to hit that subscribe button, subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to check out our other channel, Painted Simply, if you like the flowers and some of the other stuff. We do a lot of that over there, so we post on both channels, okay? Till next time, guys, thanks a lot, and have some fun with it, and I'll see you later.